who basically robbed a bunch of asshole rich people, continued to do it, spreading the wealth around just enough to make sure the locals didn't give him away. They were like, hey, you know how much my bounty is? Not as much as I'm paying you. That's basically what he did.
Nice.
But like, Moro's character wasn't really aware that he was an okay outlaw, and basically got into a gunfight with him and killed him.
Okay, so
But his strength of will was so strong, he just came back.
we're going by the way.
That's
Right.
absolutely fair.
Yeah, I saw the stuff alive.
That's absolutely.
Yeah, shit.
Let me know if
Yeah.
I'm reading this too fast, by the way, because I can read this as soon as it comes up.
Seems to be fine on my end.
I haven't pulled up YouTube yet. I'm still getting used to back to the computer. Go ahead.
But yeah, anyways, so the gun is just kind of possessed by the haunted spirit of another gunfighter. His outlaw name was Pin Feather Pete.
Pin Feather.
Yes. A common exclamation for bird characters fantasy is a pain in my pin feathers. So his nickname is literally Asshole Pete.
Asshole Pete strikes again.
Yep. Orochi is Oroshi's a really fun and moody character, and he just kind of gets jobbered.
He gets beat the shit.
I mean, how many fucking times have we killed him? Like 4 times over the course of this game?
I think so, yeah. There's the first one, second one you go to the past, True Orochi, and then yeah, there's 4 times.
Yeah, and the boss rush. Poor Orochi. He's such a fun and interesting boss, but he gets jobbered.
I mean, it's Orochi.
I mean, fuck him. He's a titanic asshole, but still.
There's Dragonzilla just saying, bust through the wall. Oh, yeah!
Yeah, I see you. Ah, yes, the great warrior Nagi.
Yep. Hi, Dragonzilla.
That means we have a stream person. Interesting. The best part is that the recording of our end and his end are like 30 seconds behind each other. And as far as I can tell, that's just a YouTube streaming thing, or just streaming in general.
Streaming in general. It's probably worse on YouTube, because YouTube...
Like a literal second-for-second live stream is actually a really hard thing to pull off for various systems.
Oh, yes.
Most systems do at least anywhere from a 10 to 20 second delay, and those are the most a live stream can be.
Everybody at this point understands that, yeah, it's not going to be completely live.
Yeah, it's fine. Living in a time warp. Speaking of, hello, Orochi.
You suck, Nagi.
Nagi was a hard sell of a character for me, but like, I came around to him. This game likes doing that, is like the character's first introduction, they're terrible. Like, they're not terrible characters, but like you go, oh, I don't think I really care about this person.
It's like, I don't like you.
Yeah, it's like, you're not the worst person I ever met, but like, I wouldn't want to be around you.
I don't want to be friends or nothing. Just...
It's like 4 hours later, I'm like, I would die for this asshole.
Yes.
It is a consistent storytelling method which this game uses, and I find that fun. Like, constantly underselling every character just so they can rise above themselves is a very fun storytelling theme.
I do like that. It's like, I hate you, and then afterwards you're like, no, why are you dying? Stop that!
Damn it, now I'm gonna have to save you again.
I know everybody's seen this goddamn story before, so you just fucking bear with it.
Yeah, we're talking over it a little bit, but it's fine. You guys can read it. It is just lovely artwork, though.
I have never ever used this in gameplay, where you dot a tree to stop somebody from hitting you.
I used it on Orochi, I think, once just to see if I could, and then never again. And I'm pretty sure I've accidentally done it while trying to use the bullet.
Oh yeah, it just happens.
Speaking of, I took like, one time I took 10 minutes just to block the entire screen in little bullet dots, thinking I could get like some ultimate mega damage combo. I'm like, nah.
Yeah, there's a limit.
There's a hard cap. Child me was annoyed because I spent like literal 10 minutes on that. I will drive the screen in darkness.
I've never actually played Okami. I've watched people play Okami in person and now online.
It's true. It's really good. And you can pick it up pretty easily on Steam.
Oh yeah, it's not about how it's not hard. It is the curse of I didn't find out I didn't really get into video games until I started at like 13, and that was 10 years, 11 years ago. And then I had limited control until I was kind of an adult. So within the last 5 years have been like my big gaming experience.
I gotcha.
So there's a lot of old hits. Like people like, what do you mean you've only ever played like one Legend of Zelda game ever and you didn't finish it? And I'm like, it was Breath of the Wild. I got lost. I got so lost.
That's fair. There's so much to fucking do in that game.
I started chasing a horse and I didn't stop chasing the horse.
The only Zelda game I ever really played was, no, wait, that's not true. I think I played Skyward Sword a little bit. The only one I remember playing was Majora's Mask. And I never got out of the fucking Deku Mask. I got lost, and then the day kept ending, and I kept wasting my 3 days, and I kept dying, and I kept getting angry about it. So I never got beyond that. Because child me never found a way out of the damn mask.
Yeah. It's kind of a rough first Zelda.
Yeah.
My first Zelda was the first Zelda, so...
Oh, nice.
Right. You were around during that time.
Yeah, because I'm fucking old. Eat my ass.
That's around during that time, but I think I was more of a Super Mario Land person.
That's fair.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I do kind of live to remind people that I am in fact baby.
Sukoyami.
Oh, is there a Sukoyami? Oh, he is. However, this is not the end of it.
Ah, it's a pretty ass game.
Yeah, no, my roommate got Okami HD, I think, when it first came around for like the Switch or something, or one of the consoles we had at the house. So I watched him play through Okami, and that was fun. Yeah. And I went, And I went, but my handwriting is such a shitty thing, I couldn't play this game for long enough to make it worth the damn.
You don't need good handwriting. Yes, the legendary Subaru. Oh no, it's wrong. It's Tsukuyomi, not Tsukuyomi.
I love that the instinct pulls a sword and just like, you fucked up!
You fucked up now. Now you fucked up. Yes, drop the sword beside the thing that only you can defeat. That won't fucking bad car at all.
Yeah, is that one over there? That kind of feels like a pharaoh kind of a head.
Yeah, the heads all have individual themes and they're all kind of weird.
Because like I was like, is that one over there the bad ending of El Coatl?
Oh,
Does that have one of them has a conquistador helmet looking thing?
oh, bro, this guy's a gigantic tool. El Coatl's not a tool.
That's why I said bad ending El Coatl.
Oh yeah, this controller vibrates. Ooh. Are you trying to fly away, controller?
Yes.
Jesus.
Fly away, give me a good time.
Calm down. Fuck. I've never had a controller fucking vibrate that much.
Did you get it from Bad Dragon?
No.
I always forget that Bassoon's a pervert, too.
Yeah. Soon's a pervert.
He's so much more tolerable than 90% of like perverts, but
It's because it's not his only character trait.
yeah. His only character trait is he's a greedy little dickhead.
Yeah.
He's a greedy little dickhead that
So-
kind of reforms his ways.
Isun is a bard, but he's an artist instead of, singer.
That's a good way to put it.
I might have to turn the sound for this down because it's a little loud in my ears.
I turned it down on my end, but like, I don't know how loud it is on yours. This is just like one of my Japanese animes. Says Dragonzilla.
Like, wow, this is just like the ancient prophecy of Two. Ah, yes. Okami Amaterasu. I wonder. I wonder if they. I've always thought of like weird. Why did they make the sun god a wolf? And I always wonder, I never questioned if they had either.
Japanese mythology, one of the strongest animals is the wolf. And Amaterasu is often considered the strongest deity in Japanese mythos.
Do you think she gets pissed off at the fact that she got painted as a wolf, though? With an eternally rotating frisbee for a back?
That may just be bonus.
That's fair. He sits down for a nap.
So he goes, we have this great mission. I'm a dog, I'm a nap.
It's like, I'm listening to you, but fuck off, sleeping.
To be fair, I've known a lot of dogs who will just lay in a sunspot and not do anything else.
Fair.
she's in her own sunspot too, so...
I am my sunspot.
Where it fits, it sits.
And to be fair, one of my dogs was raised by a cat, so he's a bit more cat-like than most, but still. Hello.
Absolutely fair.
Hello, Shoggy Dog.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Usoon's great entrance was, I lived in your kimono for an unknown amount of time.
I am streaming on YouTube if you wanted to watch, if that's easier on your connection.
Let's find out. What are you streaming?
Okami.
Okami. Ooh.
I'll shoot a link in the main chat if you like.
That would probably be easier. Also, not sure how I feel about the new Discord desktop notification.
You can turn it off in your settings.
Did they change that much? I don't feel like they've changed too much on my end, but...
So if you go in, well, some updates for especially like Windows 10 and stuff, I have them pop up. Was having them pop up as actual notifications on Windows 10 when anybody would put in a message.
Yeah, they've
So-
done that forever.
Oh, you've never turned yours off. I turned mine off ages ago. Because like it was annoying when I was trying to do anything on my computer and somebody in a server would put in a message and my computer would be like ding.
I turned off the notification sound, I didn't turn off the notification. And also, I just mute servers when they annoy me. I turn them back on eventually, but like...
Like I'm not technically muted. I get notifications that pop up in the Discord app. But I got pissed off when I had the Discord app completely closed and quit it out, and then would get notifications.
Yeah. Never had that happen. I believe you can turn that off.
Yeah, I did. So Shady, you go to notifications. The newest one on the top will be enable desktop notifications. You turn that off, and then you also disable taskbar flashing. And that'll stop Discord on the bottom from flashing orange every time someone puts a message into Discord.
Oh, no, not that. Not that. I'm talking about how it looks now. Like, the look itself is different.
Yeah, they've done some little,
Yeah, the cosmetic. By the way, it's Gaethan.
Yes?
What do you think about the fact that Crimson Valstrax is now a thing? And apparently, yeah, that's fair.
I've never actually fought the normal Valstrax, so...
Yeah.
It's like, I'll get to him and I'll get to him.
Yeah, apparently you have to have Hunter rank 100 to get to him. Like, Jesus Christ.
Must be a pain in the ass, then.
God, it's like that mission with Kushala, Teostra, and Nergigante all over again.
Okay, let's see.
I'm going to teach you how to use a brush.
There we go. Sound settings. No, don't. Normal. Don't fucking invert my camera. I will murder you. Turn the voice volume down a little bit more than the other ones. This should be good, right?
Fair.
Good for everybody?
I think so, yeah.
A bit more than the other one. Should be good, right?
I have to mute the stream because I'm hearing our Chucklefuck voices on it.
Alright, that should be good. Yee, I'm a dog!
You're a doggo!
You're a dude.
I'm curious, what kind of which of the weapons do you tend to prefer?
I actually tend to prefer the reflectors.
Oh. I was a sword guy.
Yeah, I don't know. I like the reflectors.
It's fine. Like, I like the swords. I like the beads as secondary because the shotgun blast was fun.
Yeah.
I tried using the beads as a primary weapon, but the very slow and long whip attacks were kind of frustrating.
Look at her boing, boing, boing.
Yes, I appreciated that the cricket was very bouncy in this game. Also, you're in space!
Yeah, this is like the Celestial Sea or whatever the fuck.
You're in space on a grassy moon. The moon has grass, can confirm.
Thank you, Asun. I've never played a video game before.
I'm gonna give you a little advice. You should save a number of game files. That way, you could always go back if you get stuck or something. Gotta be prepared, especially while you're still learning the ropes.
It's pretty fast saving. I like that.
God, what a beautiful game.
Mm-hmm.
It's very pretty. Smack! I do like breaking pots because it's hilarious.
I mean, breaking pots is satisfying. It is a chaos our kind has done for longer than there have been cities.
Oh yes, all the way back in Zelda.
All the way back in the times of the caveman, once the pot's invented before the Iron Age. They did a study on a pot from the pre-Bronze era. So we're talking roughly 8,000 to 11,000 years ago. And they found it, and it was like, this is really intact, except it's like kind of just all over the place. And then after they reassembled it, like, oh, somebody took like a rock to this and just broke it up. Pot smashing's older than pot as the plant, and I'm okay with this.
It's constructive destruction.
Constructive, deconstructive.
It's a very comfortable controller, by the way.
That's good. I find controllers get a little cramped on me, but I have large hands.
My hands are tiny, so...
So, just the reference controller fits me really well, and I really dig its proportions.
Ooh.
You soon shut up!
I have a video I posted in the general chat that has brought me both something that makes me go, oh god, oh no, please stop, and, you know, I've seen a deer do this.
Trash for the trash child.
Oh yeah, Gray. I curse you for reblogging that chess video.
The what video?
The chess video.
I reblogged that?
Yeah. Protect me, my simps. Or go, my simps.
What?
Wait, now I'm looking through my thing. Oh, the one where it was like the Epic Gamer chess win.
Mm-hmm. Fucking starts with Minecraft music and then goes straight to memes.
Of course.
Can you throw that at me? Because I'm curious now.
Greg, could you
Not
link
me.
that?
Durgan.
What's up?
Let me see it. Hold on.
What's also fun is if you miss the point, you just make shooting stars.
Mm-hmm. I kind of like doing that every once in a while.
Yeah. I wasted a lot of time making shooting stars.
I'm posting in main chat.
Yomagami. Or that. I saw that, I didn't click on it. I like Yomagami. I don't like that, like, part of his body is just inside of a skull for no reason.
Yeah, that's kind of weird, but it's interesting. Though.
Yeah, it's really cool. I like how he looks. It's just like, I always look at him and just go, it's gonna get cramped.
It might get cramped.
Just keep my crotch in another dimension. Can we ask why? No.
It's none of your business what I do in the other dimension with my ass. The god is soon. Ding dong. Yes, thank you for the achievement for looking at something that I have to look at.
Oh yes, the Chess Pawn Requiem was by far one of my favorite videos I've seen on the internet. But also, you can't tell me the rook pieces in chess are not simps.
I don't know enough about chess is the thing, like,
And
every time I think I know a rule, that rule changes and it's just like,
Dude,
come on.
I think you were playing different versions of chess, because chess, the rule set...
chess is a rule
doesn't
set has
change at all.
chess as a rule set hasn't really changed much since the 1600s when they introduced the queen piece being a highly controversial move. But at the same point, no, there was actually a fairly big outlash because it kind of went, this is implying queens have more power than kings, and by a couple of royals, and everyone told them to shut the fuck up. That's not what it's about. Stop overreading a game, you piece of shit. And that's when the first controversial gamer boys were invented, when chess added queens. Hi Blake.
Hello.
Hello.
Gantha is streaming Okami on YouTube.
Oh, cool. I may attend, but I'm also just like wanting to zone out a bit. It's fine with Friday.
That's absolutely fair. So I knew I was getting like 6 hours overtime on my paycheck today. What I did not realize is that was going to turn my usually $890 paycheck to a nearly $1,000 paycheck.
Oh, funnily enough, that is about what I got paid today.
Nice.
Yeah, I was able to put in my usual savings, and I still have quite a bit more than I usually have, so now I'm debating with myself what Arrowhead released Blu-ray to indulge myself with from Amazon.
That's fair. I bought a baby Kraken.
Oh,
Yeah, hold on, let me go get the miniatures I bought.
trying to decide whether or not I want an Akira Kurosawa samurai film, vintage science fiction, or sleazy horror.
I say go with the Akira Kurosawa samurai film.
Okay.
Because, like don't get me wrong, you could drown yourself in the other two, but samurai films are actually, at least from what I've seen, not as common in nerdoms, and I would love to watch more of those.
Oh, heck, well, why didn't you... Wait a minute, son of a bitch. The only way I could stream that, because these are Blu-rays, and my Blu-ray player doesn't have any way of playing Blu-rays that I can stream on my fucking computer, so I'd have to torrent it, but then I would technically own it at least. Oh, you know what? Sure.
Yar har har. Just fucking do it.
You know what? I've paid my dues. This is just me, like, being able to share it with friends. Alright. Throne of Blood. And I have enough that I could go for another one. So
Go for another one.
I now have a samurai movie, so vintage horror, vintage sci-fi, sleazy horror.
Okay. So to go through the minis I purchased just today. So I bought, because my local game store, on this day that I had extra money, got their official Nozzler minis stock back in. And I was there as they were literally unboxing it, and they're like, hey, if you buy it, we don't have to put it in inventory and sticker it, so feel free. So I got an Iron Cobra and an Iron Defender, which is a metal dog.
Nice.
I bought a package of a Scarecrow and a Stone Curse, but my friend who works at the store was actually like, I don't really want to buy that one, but I can't because I'm at work right now. So I bought it, and I gave him the Scarecrow, so I have a Stone Curse. Which is a living statue person who was once a living person, but then got Medusa, and then stayed Medusa long enough to just come back to life, sort of. I bought a Bloodcrest Sharpshooter, which is a Parasaurolophus man with a laser gun.
Fucking damn it, Raven.
What?
I'm sorry, just had to share that real quick in the ship posting room.
Oh.
It's only a matter of time before man's truck leaves him.
Yep. There's many things I stole it from the other Discord.
Please continue, Gray. I'm sorry.
No, you're absolutely fine. I love that name. And then I bought a Mind Eater, which is like Intellect Devourers, but it's cuter because it doesn't have tentacles. And then I got a Juvenile Kraken, and he's a bigger boy. And I got an Oitiuk. And I'm really excited to paint the Oitiuk. I might paint him tonight. And then I got a Grey Render, which are Scatha, they're larger than the Oitiuk.
Nice.
Chunk.
Big chunk.
I think I have one. Probably got one more that needs that. Maybe. Let me look in my bag of some stuff.
So, this scene is the bard joining the fighter, and the fighter is not up for it.
No, that's all the minis.
Once I made the decision.
Okay, so Pokemon cards go to the side. I bought some. My game shop had a couple of brand new Godzilla cards, so I bought them. New as in I hadn't seen them before.
This is a very nice looking game.
It's very pretty.
It's the HD remaster too.
Huh. I hope it's one of the good HD remasters.
Oh yeah, it is.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
It's Okami.
I have to make sure because there's been a wave of not good HD remasters.
Looks at Halo.
Oh, yeah. Those are both real bad.
That one's just bad because it wasn't the same company.
Oh, no. The Halo Combat Evolved... Oh, God, I could go on about it for hours. But the Halo Combat Evolved HD Remastered Edition was basically doomed to fail from the get-go. Um, so first off, they were using the flawed Gearbox PC port version of the game as a base. So the PC... Huh?
Why didn't they have their own version?
I know, it sounds weird, but somehow nobody had access to the original Xbox version of this classic Xbox game. So they went with the PC port. The PC port, which was notorious for not only using incorrect character models for a lot of the characters, like old beta versions. So like Captain Keyes, the captain of the spaceship that you're on, who you have to try to save for a good chunk of the game, they used the wrong model for him and made him look like a weird, blocky, untextured Frankenstein man.
Okay, but I would be down for rescuing a Frankenstein man from space.
You see, that would be great, except that wasn't what happened. Like, in story, it was literally just, you somehow used the wrong version of this character model. How is that possible? And, about half of the effects were missing, like the lighting effects. Some of the texturing was a lighting effect trick. So you'd go into an area that's supposed to have a somewhat primitive but still decently effective texture, and all the texturing would be gone. So you would look at a thing that is just a giant, like, concrete triangle that's supposed to have texturing on it. Absolutely none. And this also affected all of the other, like, lighting and other effects in the game. So it's like, oh, that doesn't look right. Oh, these weather effects are missing. Oh, this sound file is gone. So that's where they started.
Hate you soon. Fuck you. I'm gonna save right over this file. Bite me.
So they start with an already flawed base.
Yeah.
And then they thought, hey, you know what? Rather than do anything hard, let's just make a really, like, completely missing the point, like, texture, lighting, visual thing all over just the old game. So they remastered the visuals. They didn't remaster anything about the gameplay or the sound. No, they technically remastered the sound. They replaced all the sound with worse versions of the sound that they already had. And, a whole lot of it didn't work, including a lot of the hitboxes being broken. So it's like, oh, I'm aiming at the thing. What? I didn't hit the thing I'm aiming at. You'd go back to the original graphics to see what might be the problem, and realize that they just removed a wall for the remastered graphics, but all the hitboxes were still there.
Is that a remaster at that point? Or is it just they're selling you the same old game?
They literally
patches.
sold us a worse version of a game that some people already owned. Yeah. And then it came out again for the Master Chief Collection, which notoriously didn't work for 2 solid years, until they finally begrudgingly started patching it. But then that just introduced a whole lot of other new problems, which people were wondering, hey, maybe they're going to fix these, and then they just left it to rot. Yeah. Now, Halo has had a very cruel, terrible, like, how it's being treated history. It's Microsoft's one of Microsoft's flagship intellectual properties, and it's the way they treat it, you'd think it was just trash.
Sorry to hear that, and I am using this video to apologize for all the Halo fans I make fun of.
That's fine. A lot of them deserve it.
Oh, in that case,
Fuck y'all.
Fuck you.
Okay. Question. I now have a samurai movie on my list, like in my cart. Should I get vintage science fiction next or sleazy horror?
what are your
Horror.
options? Sleazy
Okay.
horror is always a good one, but I'd like to ask, what are your options in both categories that you're
Okay,
looking at?
let me read off my vintage science fiction list. Tarantula, the Deadly Mantis, the Monolith Monsters, Green Slime, the Valley of Guanji, Journey to the Beginning of Time.
They did Arrowhead release the Valley of Guanji, or are these just
No, these are just generic things. The sleazy horror.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm gonna call Mom. What's up? If you could. Thank you, Mom. No, these are just the sleazy horror movies are the Arrowhead video releases.
okay.
Yeah, Journey to the Beginning of Time, Yeti, Giant of the 20th Century, the Rebirth of Mothra series,
Is that what I'm supposed to be doing right now?
Dinosaurus, The Land Unknown, War of the Worlds, The Last Dinosaur, Things to Come, and yeah, that's it. Oh, right, The Complete Metropolis. Hello?
No.
Oh, I heard you.
Okay.
Okay, what are your options for horror?
Sleazy horror. I got The Bird with the Crystal Plumage, Dead End Drive-In, The Stuff, The Crazies, The Cat O' Tales, sort of gonna include it, Saturday the 14th, the Reanimator, and The Fog.
I've heard the Reanimator by Arrowhead, if you can get your hands on it, is one of their better productions they've done so far. So that's going to be my vote.
Okay.
Sorry,
You know what?
I'm
Yeah,
thinking,
sure.
so I might be doing
Oh.
things wrong in the Okami right now, but I'm thinking of how to answer you with that. Because
That's okay.
I think you
In the
should
meantime,
definitely get Guanji.
Guanji.
'Cause I like Guanji.
You know what?
I also have Guanji and can tell you it's worth the money.
Hold on. You know what I could actually do? You know what I could actually do? Dude, I got a bonus this week, technically. I can get one of each. So I got Throne of Blood, Valley of Guanji, and Reanimator. I can get all of those.
Fuck yeah. Do it.
Nice, do it.
And it leads to an inadvertent, like, comic theming of title, of, like, covers. Look at it.
I am supposed to be drawing the sun. Why the fuck didn't it go? Alright, fine.
Oh, also, to answer your question, Dragon, Amaterasu never speaks in this game, if I recall correctly. She barks.
I am trying to draw the sun because that's what I'm supposed to be doing.
I think you have to be in a specific place.
Pretty sure it doesn't matter. What the fuck, game? I know I'm supposed to be drawing this fucking sun.
Weird.
So we...
Can you panorama around a little bit? See if there's like.
Ooh, the Blu-ray version, which has some special features.
Mm-hmm.
There.
Uh,
okay,
ERB.
to the left. I think it wants you to do it over the mountain.
Sun's gotta rise, you can't just paint it in the middle of the sky.
I am drawing it wherever.
Okay.
I've drawn it everywhere in this fucking sky. Where does it want?
I don't know.
I know
Draw
this is
it
what
on
I'm
the
supposed to be
mountain.
fucking doing.
Do you need to talk to anybody or?
There's nobody to talk to. They're all statues.
The tree goddess?
She's done. She died.
Okay, you know how there's those swirling things that are sort of highlighting stuff? Could you pan left? Because one of those swirls seems to be going around over nothing. A little more?
Yeah, the swirls actually are for something else later in the game.
Okay. It almost looked like there was one that was like, hey, there should be something here, but there isn't. Like there's a mountain on that one. And then there's like a swirl.
It's just indicating wind.
Okay.
I have also posted a picture in the chat of all the minis I've gotten today out of the box. I am most proud of this little Kraken. He is a baby. He's labeled as a juvenile Kraken, but he is baby.
It was a nice Kraken.
Maybe I have to go down to the village and do something first, but I shouldn't have to.
I mean, the only thing I could think of that if you go down to the village to talk to someone is to get some sort of clue about where the sun should be. Like some sort of indicator. Like, oh, it rises in the east, so put it east. This is where this thing east is.
Yeah, the only problem is there's nobody to talk to. They're all statues. Maybe I just have to look at all the fucking statues before I can draw the sun for some reason. One of those games.
Could be.
I think so.
So, not to detract, but
Seriously?
the inadvertent...
That's exactly what I had to fucking do. Really? I fucking know what I have to do, game. Just let me do it.
Yeah, I think it wants to go to the platform and do it then.
I just couldn't do it because Isun didn't say I could yet.
Isun is the god of this world, not you.
Now watch, it'll fucking work immediately.
Yeah.
But yeah, the gray render is absolutely fucking massive. And insanely textured.
Yeah, the,
What?
oh, or when Coop does.
Oh, yeah.
I closed the door upstairs.
Thank you, Mario.
Yep, that's what I had to do, even though I knew what I was supposed to be doing. I had to go and wait for Isun to tell me I could. God damn it, Isun! Fuck you!
Yeah, the inadvertent theming that I have happening here is man's brain turns into dinosaur. This is like...
Thing, was it Tammy's dating a T-Rex or something like that?
Yeah, but it's like, it goes from Throne of Blood, the cover's shot of a man's head, Reanimator, man's brain is green, Valley of Guanji, green dinosaur in the same pose and positioning as green man brain.
Oh, yes. The old man Orin.
Once again, the common uniting themes of these movies is that sin is bad and you shouldn't do it. Oh right, Galli wasn't there for that one. I'm not sure Blake was either. Not Blake, Raves. So, a little while ago, Nora was like, I want to do a Valley of Guanji ripoff, which inspiration or homage, which is really funny because I've never seen Valley of Guanji. And I was like, hey Nora, you have the rest of the evening off, right? And she's like, yeah. And I'm like, alright, hold on, give me 2 seconds. So I crack out my DVD of the Valley of Guanji, pop it in, and show it to Nora. And like for Nora, she's having a great time watching this, you know, classic movie of cowboys and dinosaurs, and she's just loving the shit out of it, right? This is like the 5th time I've seen Valley of Guanji, which doesn't mean it's a bad thing, but it's just the 5th time you start noticing patterns you didn't notice the first 4. Like how you could argue that the Valley of Guanji is potentially, and hold on, I'm gonna move this, is potentially a more modern take of Dante's Inferno, or a more classical, almost more classical of people paying for sinning with making deals with the devil. It's so weird. I was like, what the fuck? But there's the beats of a sin is created in the death of a man, right? Because they went to the Valley of Guanji and they got the horse out of there. The little cute Eohippus. The little cute Eohippus that anytime any human being saw it, immediately coveted it, right? Right? Like, there's a scene specifically in the movie where the cowboy dude who's been from out of town, who's betrayed the circus troupe, and the scientists are standing together in the same room, both plotting their own schemes, completely lost in their hardcore focus of sin, of greed, of this could give me wealth, this could give me power, recognition, make my name etched into the walls of time. And it's just the horse. And the horse is the distraction because it's a prehistoric horse. But you continue to go through and you get to the old lady and the scientist talks to the old lady and she's like, put that back in the valley or we will all pay for what evils you have done. And, but as it turns out, she's committed sin too because she steals the horse, right? So now nobody's free of the sin because they all want to covet and take this pristine, beautiful creature from out of prehistory and put it onto the main stage, make it a Broadway attraction so that they can make millions around the world. And they all rush back into it, calling each other liars and thieves and almost kill each other in a couple of situations. But the valley holds greater treasures and devils in the form of Guanji. Now, I've gone on before about the fact that going by the lady's retelling of what Guanji is fits not the description of the dinosaur that is known as Guanji in the movie, but the Styracosaurus, which would make sense. The Styracosaurus kind of fits the archetypical, kind of lazy but still powerful and very scary devil. But because their greed pushes into a ancient forgotten hell, quote unquote, where prehistoric creatures that should not exist are running around, they meet Guanji. And Guanji kind of pursues them, but doesn't really chase after him too long because they're not worth their prey, because he's a far bigger killer, and because we see him kill versus every other creature doesn't really kill. The only other one that kills is the Pteranodon, and admittedly, we watch him brutally get murdered in the valley because someone snaps his fucking neck. We go through, and then the battle between the devil and Guanji happen. And Guanji, the carnivorous dinosaur, almost loses to the Styracosaurus. Like, there's a straight up a point where he's on the ground and doing it. And then the guy who started all of this with his brother, right, rushes in and spears the Styracosaurus. And the Styracosaurus keeps on trooping on, right? Keeps on trooping on, but because of that injury, it distracts him long enough for the new Guanji to take the title from the old. And because he's a more voracious predator who is a relentless killer, chases them out of the valley. Now, because they go out of the valley, a situation occurs and the creature from within the valley is incapacitated. And once again, their greed and their lust for power, wealth, etc., grabs a hold of them stronger than ever before. No one's thinking about the Eohippus to make the smallest horse because they have the king of the dinosaurs himself to put onto a show. And Scath is taking a BRB, so we're going to pause for a sec.
Should we be doing more bullshit to make up, screen time?
That is absolutely fair, so we're going to continue on. And so they put him onto the display, but now every character in the series, except for the kid, has committed sin. And admittedly, the kid has committed sins in the sense of he has tried to con a man out of money, but it is not made in a sense of I'm trying to be more powerful and more rich. It is a situation of I have no other way of getting funds and resources. This is how I must live. And when that situation is no longer present, the kid no longer becomes this. He does not take in sin like the other characters. But
he's no longer a hustler. That's basically what the kid is. He's not a air quotes sinner, but he's got to work the hustles.
Yeah. He no longer has to work the hustle so much with the Guanji stuff in a potentially good future. But of course, the old lady who said Guanji shouldn't have left the valley wants them to artificially pay for their sins because she thinks she knows better than the divine right. So that she sends in the little guy, and the little guy gets killed. Everyone starts panicking, and she dies symbolically of she lived too long trying to keep people out from dangerous places, keeping out from their sin, keeping sins locked and coveted away, and was trampled by fear and hate and an entire crowd of people who just literally ran her the fuck over in what is arguably the most gruesome death, because you don't get to see her die, you just hear her scream as she's slowly consumed by a panicking crowd. The other theory that has that Guanji is technically evil and the beast of sin versus the other the Styracosaurus and the elephant that he attacks is in particular due to the fact that both the Styracosaurus, after Guanji quote-unquote when Guanji defeats it and quote-unquote kills it, and the elephant when Guanji quote-unquote kills it, are still left breathing afterwards, while most of the prehistoric other ones that have died promptly did not breathe. And then there's the symbology when Guanji chases the main characters, the main lead gal, the boy, and the head dude, the blonde man who we all thought was an asshole, but by the end of the movie you have to go, he's not a complete dick waffle.
He's had character growth.
He had character growth.
He also mirrored in the kid. He is also no longer like a hustler. He wants to genuinely settle down and have a better life. Free of just like conning people.
Yeah, and he literally has this character development where he goes, I no longer want to be a con man. I found a ranch out in Wyoming. And to the main head lady, who gets consumed a bit by the sin herself, because now she can go tour through New York and everyone can be not only live comfortably, but become fabulously wealthy and have really good lives, but gets consumed a bit by that sin. But in the church scenes, when Guanji is there with specifically her and Papi, I think is the kid's name, I'm still just going to call him the kid, she goes several times to make sure the kids stay safe and stay out of danger from Guanji's snapping and reach. And then you have Cowboy Man who wants to do better with his life come in and literally fight off sin, the icon of sin, in the Temple of God, because it's a pretty fucking big cathedral. Like, I know they make him big, but goddamn, it make Guanji feel small.
It is a large cathedral.
It is a very large cathedral. And, okay, sorry, get my thoughts in a line. So he doesn't necessarily defeat Guanji at all, technically. He gets the people out, saves, and then leaves Sin behind to die in the church. Now, when he throws a spear into Guanji and Guanji knocks over the fire, we see in truth Guanji himself fall to the sins that he has committed by being aggressive, by chasing, by killing several people by this point. And then literally burns to death in the church as it collapses down around him, sending him to the hell he deserves. Does this mean I think you could summon Guanji out like a fucking devil? Yes. There should be lists of rituals to summon Guanji from the depths of hell to consume your enemies in rage.
It's also, I feel it's also important to mention that it is not a happy ending. It much like the original Godzilla, it ends on a somewhat tragic, tone. It feels sad.
That is very important to add. It doesn't end on a yay, we killed the monster. It's something died that didn't have to die because of us. And they will live their lives repenting that fact, in a sense. But I also made a really bad joke when we were watching it with Nora. And it was in the lines of, man, I guess the sin of the dinosaurs are don't kill man or I'll send you back to the Mesozoic with all the rest of your brothers in hell.
What do you think? How do you think we got chickens?
That's fair. But yeah, so that's the theory of how Guanji is ironically tied into Christian ideology, but does it so well you don't notice it until someone points it out. And admittedly, I don't think Ray, like reading over Ray's notes and how he's talked when he talked about how he wrote the Valley of Guanji, I don't think that was intentional of Ray. I think he went to a very cool film location in Spain, filmed it, added some flavor, and had the final battle in the cathedral because holy shit, that's just pretty fucking cool.
Mm-hmm. What you're describing is a potential interesting, like, another variation of the death of the author phenomenon.
Yes.
Where it's like, but ironically, unlike the other death of the authors, which is like, we're going to try to remove some of the meaning from this and just try to take it more at face value. This isn't a bizarre, like, reversal of the death of the author in that, like, what if this had more meaning than the author intended?
Yeah, I think that's just part of literary interpretations. Like you see the memes and videos going around. Oh, I'm sorry, Scat, the real curious song.
What?
Don't worry about it. But
What are you sorry for?
don't worry about it. It's a long story, and they're on your stream, so I'm not gonna call them out on stream. That's fucking rude. I have some tact. Thank you.
What? I have no fucking idea what you're talking about.
Don't worry about it. I'm crazy. I'm insane. In the main brain. But yeah, so I feel like that's kind of how literary interpretation is sometimes, where you forget that part of the fun things of when you create a work, a piece of something, like whether it's a novel, a comic, a movie, you put it out to an audience, and it leaves it open for interpretations. And sometimes I do hate the death of the author concept where you have to cut down on stuff like that. Like in some places, I understand. H.P. Lovecraft made some really wonderful things, but dear God, as the layers of racism just go so ingrained in the work, you have to go, oh buddy, this needs so much TLC, that you have to definitely author it in a sense. But I feel like there's also lots of work that get ignored because they're very simple. Oh, I don't think he's on anymore. I may have scared him off. Sorry, someone just commented, Guanji, the god emperor of dinosaur kind. Guanji didn't die, he got bored and left that plane of existence.
Sounds like a Chuck Norrisism.
It kind of does. But to carry on, there's sometimes where there's a piece of work that gets overlooked because it's older, campier. At face value, you don't have to look deep into an interpretation for the theme. Like Valley of Guanji, in its face value, and in the first 4 times I watched it, was nothing more than a cowboy versus dinosaur movie. It took me on the 5th time, and having reread some of those books, to be honest, to kind of start pointing out that, hey, Guanji is a very weird retelling of a story that has gone on for a long ass time. And like, sure, it's cowboys versus dinosaurs, but it's also people overcoming their past. Most of the time, the past doesn't turn into a 12-foot tall snapping Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Is he 12 feet tall? I always thought he was like 15 to 20.
I have no idea how fucking big Guanji is. I long since abandoned looking at stat blocks. I read a thing once where it's like, guys in fandoms tend to look at stats and see how they compare to others. They write like the versus stuff and they like reading up and gathering that knowledge, and girls like the creative things. And I said, fuck you, buddy. I'm never looking back at a stat again. What's the scale? I don't give a shit.
Wanji is big enough.
Wanji is big enough that he can hold a midget in his mouth and make it look like a fruit gusher.
Poor choice
Okay,
of
that's-
words,
That
but
is a very poor choice of words. Wow, I'm an idiot. Wow.
but I guess your point stands.
But yes, no, Wanji's Harryhausen was not a person who had a sort of consistent scale. Usually. If it framed better in a shot, it framed better in a shot. Like, I like to point out the Talos stuff. Talos is sometimes tall enough just to be on this giant big pedestal and look big, and he's not too much bigger. And then you turn around, and now he's as big as the cliff because it just looks better for cinematics. And honestly, we should just embrace that.
Just kidnapped a middle-aged old man.
Oh, hey.
Susanna. I always like that their heads expand and contract as they talk. Mouse, what's that?
Don't need mouse.
But yeah, hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we
Yes.
can hear you just fine, Kay. You just missed my rant about how Guanji is a movie of overcoming sin and your past.
It's fine, Gray. That's saved for posterity now. It's on YouTube forever.
It's not really
Did you not know that this records on YouTube while I'm streaming?
I'm not recording. Okami HD, let's fuck around.
Yeah,
God
they're
damn
all
it, Gray.
recorded. Look. One of these days, I'm just gonna start a podcast with me just going on rambling shit like this, and somebody's going to listen to it.
I'm sure all of 6 or 7 people who watch this channel will see it.
It's fine.
I would hope so. 6 or 7 of them are us. Also, Scath, I didn't know you were at 175 subscribers.
I am.
Yeah.
Wow, you are.
Look how much I care.
That
Thanks
is
for
fair.
being here, but why?
A lot of them forgot they subscribed to you.
Probably.
I want to. And then the DM's power went out.
What?
Wait, Haruhi had a game today?
We were, but scene went off for family, so.
Yep. So no, I know I'm catching up on old videos because we played a game a while ago called Fantasy Chicago where I just pulled something out my ass. And Scath was only thing on the videos, and then the DM's power went out.
Damn it. Get back down here, fucker.
Hey, Mom.
And I'm just catching up on Maple Samurai's comments on the video.
Oh, there's comments on it?
Yeah, Maple Samurai left 3.
I can read them.
This one is now dear and true to my heart. Considering the people playing on this channel, it's surprising that it's taken me this long to hear someone make a joke about the overly pedantic assholes with a bug up their ass about dragon taxonomy. Even more so that it wasn't for one of Will's campaigns.
Yeah? Completely fair.
I stole that from Will.
Yay!
I mean, we did in Conquered Realm before.
That's also fair. I also haven't been catching up on the videos as much as I'd like to.
I like that Kushi just runs up and pets you as soon as she sees you.
Yeah, she's a sweetheart.
I, for one, am grateful to receive my wisdom from the frog barrel today. Today's wisdom from the barrel. If someone takes your pistachios, punch them in the nuts. Not your nuts. Their nuts.
Because it's not their nuts.
I need to show.
I need to listen back to that. I have no idea how. Well, actually, yeah, I do. It's the fucking Groggle voice. It did not record well, but it's fine.
Yeah, your Groggle voice is sometimes hard to hear, but it's worth it, I think.
I've been boosting it.
Of course I can handle it with my brushes. Huh? Yay! I help Kushi.
Kushi is good persons.
Nothing's like coming home to depression.
You're doing okay, Kay?
I came home and they cleaned my room all done, and some of the things I had were missing, and Triceratops made me lost his eyes, so I got fucked up.
Oh, sorry, man.
It's always,
Sorry to hear.
always irritating when somebody's been in your room touching your shit without your permission. I like this lady sees the wolf and goes, "Hey, you want some booze? I got some booze for you."
And then my grandma got it iffy because they didn't take any pictures of myself down there, which reminded me how much I hate myself in general. So and I don't know what I would call it before episode, but I hate my every fiber of my existential being episode.
Ah, self-loathing episodes. Fucking hate those.
Mm.
But I have a continuation after that.
That's fair.
That's fair. I do have a wonderful Oitug. Did you see him?
Odiug?
Oitug, yes. I splurged on minis.
That's what he calls them Oitugs.
Okay, they are O-T-Y, Oit, and then U-G-H. Ugh. Oitug.
The Autog?
The Oitug.
Autogs.
Stop talking with your Texas accent. It's Oitugs.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm teasing.
Matopods. There we go.
Ah, so it's violence you choose.
The way of the cat. I had to do this a few times. For whatever reason, it wasn't reading my brush stroke on the fucking rock, right?
It does that sometimes.
It's just like, no, you didn't time it right with Sasano's bullshit. I'm like, yes, I did.
I like that he's confused that he did that.
Yeah. Why did you even try if you expected to fail?
Also, I'm posting the Scatha videos in various places.
I do love his coughing sound. It's always my favorite sound effects.
I like that Ami doesn't have to say anything. She just has to look at somebody and you know exactly what she's thinking.
Mm-hmm. I like how her opinion of Sasato is he's dumb but he's fun. Because you notice, like, he's one of her favorite people to follow around.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I forgot about the butt window.
How could you forget about the butt window? It's a perfect peach.
It was like 12.
She's a peach tree, so she's a perfect peach ass.
It was like 12 and this is a very stylized game. I didn't notice a lot of the innuendo in it.
That's fair. She's got a very nice butt, and she does not care to show it off.
I do find it funny that she has a full kimono with a butt window. It's a weird...
Wait. Is this mythological virgin killer sweater?
Oh, sure?
Sorry, you said it's a full-length kimono with a butt window. I'm like, oh yeah, like the one sweater that's a sweater all in the front and then like has no back.
Oh, yeah, I guess so, yeah. I mean, she has a pretty ample chestitude in the front, but still.
I don't know, man. I just fuck around here. That's all my job is.
There's also almost never a look at her, you know, backside, so I don't notice it.
But
I guess the peach you could drown in.
Raven.
Yes.
I think whatever you're doing with butts, you're doing it wrong if you're drowning in the butt. You have to come up for air every once in a while, dude.
I have no comment.
I appreciate that she's trying to give a really big speech about how everything's balanced and you're just taking a fucking nap.
His dog.
You're right. It is dog. But like...
Oh no, there are people watching this as we're chatting and they're hearing everything we say.
Oh no.
I'm 90% sure Scatha doesn't get any money from her YouTube channel. It's fine.
No, I don't. There, I'm
Not-
highlighting the ass for everybody so you can see it. Look, there it is, right there.
Wow.
Whoa, that is... Yeah, that's just Virgin Killer Sweater 2.0.
But
The back is also open. The
But
back
here,
of her,
here, I have to find the Virgin Killer Sweater because it was a meme for a while and
Is it the keyhole sweater?
yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a... I never learned what kind of fucking sweater it is. I
Virgin Killer
only...
is the tobacco, but I am still partial to the keyhole sweater, the boob window sweater.
That's fair. Here, I'll post it in the general chat because I'm a degenerate.
Because the keyhole sweater is such a Lelia sweater, or such a... Because it has that little scholarly, little comfy nerd sweatshirt, but also it has the boob window, and it's just like, oh, that's peak. That's peak aesthetic.
Don't you mean Kyra?
Pyro don't need the boob window.
Because I never would have connected Lelia with scholarly anything.
Lelia's highest stat in Conquered Worm was intelligent.
Yeah,
That's fair.
but...
Kay likes his character.
I never would have connected her with scholarly intelligence. I was
Also-
I was
also,
born
Kay-
smart.
Okay, why not the best of both worlds there?
Well, that's the I'm going to war sweater.
Time to go feed animals. Can't feed you.
Go feed a monkey.
The best minigame.
Yeah.
Side quest or whatever.
Yeah, they don't want any. What have I got?
Also, I'm gonna go post this in the vanilla what the fuck. No, you know what? It doesn't belong there. It belongs in Newt's horny room.
Is it actually, or are you trolling Newt?
Yes.
Oh, I see.
Dotaro, you don't need the Virgin Killer sweater. It's a puppy.
It's a poke.
Precious, precious. Oh, one good thing about being home, my hand isn't breaking out in hives.
Yeah.
Good.
Oh,
Did you at least have fun though while you were over in?
oh, I had lots of fun.
That's good.
But when I wasn't coming through, that is.
Yeah.
Like all the things I really wanted to see. I was like, oh, we need a reservation. Oh, this is closed.
I do like how everyone has a different nickname for Amaterasu.
She is the cat dog because she is a dog, but she is also acting like a cat and knows better.
That's just a Shiba Inu.
It's just a Shiba, yeah. They're very
I
cat-like.
don't.
Yeah.
Look, okay, confession time. I don't know what the fuck that means. I never grew up with dogs.
Shiba Inu is a breed of dog.
I know.
It's the Doge dog.
It's Doge dog. I remember it.
Like, they're very aloof, kind of haughty. They don't take to people very easily. But once they do, they're your friend for life.
They're usually one-person dogs,
Yeah.
much like cats.
So Imako is perfect.
And Mako is perfect.
And now she has evil powers.
Yeah, she can talk and write things. Terrible.
That's the entire joke behind giving her a paintbrush was, Okami reference.
That was by accident, though.
It was.
Well, that was Krim.
Like, she rolled the fucking paint tattoo thing.
I'm going to just quote Uguay and say, there are no accidents.
It was Amigo. Everything about Amigo is an accident.
No, everything about Amigo is DM flaunt.
Everything about Amigo is it's a free sample. I don't think it's any fucking mistake that fucking Amigo. He gave Tyler the fucking safe space room. Fucking one room in the fortress.
This is a safe space.
We do not talk about it here. Safe space.
This is a safe space. Stay here to mentally recover. Closes lid on coffin.
That will remain my favorite use of safe space, the fucking coup. Self-diagnosis.
We just got back. Got some food now.
Welcome back.
I don't know how the conversation shifted, but I just want to say, speaking of watching things with Nora, watching pretty much anything with Nora is just an absolute, just the best experience I've ever had in my life.
She has so much fun watching things.
It's sad and it's terrible, but she never got to watch or enjoy anything growing up. So now she's an adult, getting to experience all the things that most of us have at some point seen or experienced as children. So it's so we get a fresh perspective of somebody who's able to articulate thoughts as an adult. So, like,
I want you to know you described the entire allure behind React channels.
Yep.
yeah, but the thing is React channels tend to be populated by obnoxious people.
I've seen some decent folk.
That's fair. Anyway, I just wanted to briefly say that I think the best time I've ever experienced watching Citizen Kane was with Nora. Because she was in it for his arc, which I thought was great. Because at first, at the beginning of the movie, she's like, oh, I feel so bad for him. You know, he's essentially, like, sold as a child. It's like, yeah, he has money, but he's this rebellious youth guy who's using his wealth and position to stick up for the underprivileged. And then the turn happens.
Like, oh.
Oh, you're an asshole.
Reminds me, there are a couple of music videos I want to show her sometime.
I still need to see Citizen Kane.
You gotta be in a mood for it. And I will say that, depending on how much of a movie nerd you are, I will say that it's maybe not as perfect as a lot of folks say it is. But only because it is also a product of its time. And by that I mean, like, an era where talkie movie pictures are still fairly new, so occasionally you get, like, weird artifact antiques from, like, the radio era, so you have a character calling out, hey everybody, look out the window here! You know, like, announcing to an audience who maybe who's not able to see the picture what's happening, even though we're in a movie, we can see what's happening. That sort of thing.
Yes.
But Ray, if you ever want to watch, let me know. I got a 3-day weekend.
If I wasn't, like, really fucking booked, like, today is the only day I'm pretty sure I don't have anything to do.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Back.
Welcome back.
Hey, Shady.
Welcome back, okay.
Oh, that's fine, Ray. Like I said, another time. It's one of the things that I've actually like purchased legitimately, so it's available at any time.
Yes, the Grinch simulator. The Grinch orphan stealing simulator, where you're stealing presents with orphans.
You're watching the highlights of Technoblade?
Yes.
There's some choice ones in there. By the way, his playthrough of Minecraft every 10 seconds of TNT spawns was really good. Almost as good as the beat Minecraft while using a fucking car wheel as your controller.
This Technoblade was such a good replacement for Achievement Hunter for me.
That's good. The only problem is he just doesn't post very often.
Yeah.
But then that's where you get to the like quality versus quantity thing.
True.
Also, I'm fairly sure Technoblade isn't a child groomer.
I actually think he might be gay. I'm not sure.
Pretty sure like a good chunks of Dream SMP are all LGBT.
Be a pretty good bet.
There's a reason they gave to them.
Because like I know like because Tommy had him say I like women as like a condition for letting him use some stuff. And why would that be a punishment unless, you know, he was either ace or gay?
feet trying to fuck around.
Oh, these things. I hate these things. You were a little too early. There you go.
I got it.
Oh god. Okay, so earlier today, while I had some free time at work, I saw apparently there was a reveal stream for like the new Far Cry game. Oh boy. It's got a little puppy who needs like one of those doggy wheelchairs, and you can pet the puppy. Like the puppy is a companion you can have. And you can also have a crocodile that wears a sweatshirt and has a gold tooth. You can also have as a companion.
Oh yeah,
and you can pet them.
Isn't Far Cry 6 just the Florida Man simulator?
It's the Florida Man simulator, but it's in Cuba, or a stand-in for Cuba. And
So
I'm really frustrated because it's really tempting. Because I can feel it manipulating me emotionally, and I'm like, oh no, I know what this game is going to be. I remember what Far Cry games are like, but damn it, it's tempting me. I could run around with an adorable puppy, or I could run around with an adorable crocodile. Damn you, game.
Ah, damn, Scatha.
What?
Just 1-2 dead.
You know when they're colorless and laying down, you can just do the cut to auto kill them?
I know. I wanted a demon fang.
You can get demon fangs from that, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Sharing. There's a video of you petting the puppy and the crocodile. It's just like, damn you, game.
Yeah,
You don't get to manipulate me like that.
It does, actually. There's nothing you can do about it.
Still love that Sasato's her favorite person. Stretch. Soon.
Oh, I shouldn't have looked at Twitter. That just reminded me of something. I can't believe the joke prediction that people made for the Cruella de Vil movie was actually true.
Dalmatians killed her family.
Mm-hmm.
Dalmatians killed her fucking family. God damn it.
Oh god. That's the American version of Dingoes Ate My Baby. Or the London version.
It is.
Thing is, like, the character in that didn't go, so I killed every dingo I saw and their horrible things. No, I just went, dingoes ate my baby, and that's sad.
Like, what makes it comical for me is I can see in my brain the Disney executive thought process of Maleficent made a lot of money, and we want to use the Maleficent formula as much as we possibly can, which is we want to cast our villain from one of our classic films as, oh, the story as you knew it before was not accurate, unreliable narrator, other things. But that works really well for Maleficent because the story of Sleeping Beauty was a fantasy story.
You know what that style of story could have really worked well on? Fucking Scar, like...
Yeah, I could do that.
Yeah, Scar and the hyenas, show them more sympathetic and whatnot, but they were just like, nah, let's just do live action.
You know what could have saved the Cruella movie? Is just don't try to make her sympathetic. Make her as batshit crazy and monstrous as possible, So you're just watching this psycho woman self-destruct in the most amusing way.
I
And
would
it
dig
ends with-
that.
It's gonna be better than
But yeah.
Dalmatians killed my family, and so I kill all Dalmatians.
Apparently, the movie is like, from what I've read, it's primarily like a rise of power for her, where it's like she meets up with some thieves to kind of rob and cheat and steal her way to the top, in addition to being immensely like talented as a fashion designer. Also, for some inexplicable reason, from what I've read, her hair is just naturally like black and white, which first I never thought of before, but I guess I always interpreted as like some weird fashion style choice.
Yeah, she could have just dyed her hair.
Yeah, but apparently not now.
That might tie the fact she's the granddaughter of the devil.
Yeah, but no. Apparently now her hair is just naturally biologically that color for reasons.
That is
And
the fucking dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life.
yeah, there's
The biggest comment I saw that made my eyes open at the executive movement was they really tried to turn Cruella into a Harley Quinn movie, didn't they?
A little bit.
it sounds like they did.
I think it could have worked if they were less like, we still gotta keep her a horrible puppy destroying monster.
But yeah. I know, I saw that at work today and I just thought to myself, oh, there's no way. There's no way. That is the dumbest thing I could have possibly imagined.
No, go up.
Oh, but yeah, the unreliable narrator, like, oh, this person you thought was bad was actually good, works for Maleficent because it's a fantasy story.
And yet they still did not have Maleficent turn into a dragon.
Yeah.
0 out of 10.
0 out of 10. Yeah, it works because, first off, we take, like, the story's word for it that Maleficent is evil in the original. Fine, it's a fantasy story. When you say the evil witch is evil, that she's evil, it's fine.
I mean, she cursed a baby because she wasn't invited to a party. That's at least moderately evil.
Yeah, but the point is, like, that's not, oh, the original movie features her, you know, trying to skin Dalmatians to make jackets.
That is true.
It's a big difference.
Also,
One is fantasy story. Another is what the fuck?
Yeah. Also, I'm not sure how accurate this is, because I got Tumblr, so take it with a grain of salt. But apparently not inviting another lord in medieval times is considered a great insult to, like, a birth or something. Like,
Yeah,
not
well-
inviting them to a birth.
But what you do is you put political sanctions on the country. You don't walk up and put the sins of the parent on the child.
Also fantasy story, so
Yeah, I know. Fantasy
Also-
stuff, we gotta give the child a reason to grow up in trauma.
Also, I want to watching the scene again because Dragon Zero was logged in. I wanted to see it for myself. I have a very interesting question. So this story is set in the 1930s, right? Right? Why the fuck are these French-ass looking people dressed up in, like, 1800s bourgeoisie pre-French Revolution wear? Like, I could see the French having killer Dalmatians. They would be something like that. But none of these are pre-Napoleonic outfits. And,
They,
like, her mother's portrayed in a 1930s outfit, and she's portrayed in a 1930s outfit. And then these people look like they need to have their heads chopped off by the French.
The Cruella movie actually takes place in 1970s.
what?
What?
That makes less sense!
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Like,
I'll
Like,
never
for me-
understand fashion.
there is no quote unquote fashion affair that would do this kind of a thing to this extent. Fashion people since like the 50s have looked at that era and went, we're leaving that for the historical reenactors because that is fucking sweaty as shit.
What if, like, pre-French Revolution France?
Did
What if, okay, here's an incredibly cynical, like, behind-the-scenes, like, we need to save money gimmick. What if they just recycled costumes from the Beauty and the Beast movie?
they might have.
What if it's just a case of that?
Yeah.
Still got these Mickey
What
Mouse's
are we talking about?
The
production
Cruella
design
movie
of the Cruella movie.
and how it
Seeing
sucks.
everyone looks an era behind was Gray's comment.
I just want to state for the record, the more I look at it, this more feels like Disney trying to cash in on the Harley Quinn vibe without understanding why people like Harley Quinn and going, oh, we can just like slap these things together, package it under a name, and it'll sell great.
Disney.
Which one? Who's our
Disney.
most?
Disney, you have Gwenpool.
Yeah, I think it's more that they're trying to cash in on the Maleficent vibe. They don't have a lot of like old-timey villainesses to use that still have that kind of domineering vibe.
Mm-hmm.
Like that list is rather small.
I've used like Ursula, and like Ursula has pet eels. That's fucking rad.
Also not traditionally attractive.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's the
Because
problem.
Ursula's based on an old transvestite action.
And
Ooh.
Yeah.
counter. I don't have a
Divine.
counterpoint. Who the fuck looked at Cruella and went, oh, that's hot?
Yeah.
A lot of people who like old Dom ladies.
So we need to ask Will. Okay.
I'm very sure she doesn't take anything off her will.
She's
It's-
good puppies.
Yeah.
I think it's another just big instance of somebody at Disney made some spreadsheets, and it's just like, according to our research data, the name Cruella de Vil has this amount of marketability due to recognition. If we make this style of movie based on Maleficent, which made this amount of money, and we do this, this, and this, we are looking at a profit margin of approximately $83 million. And that's all they did.
I wonder how much Cruella has actually made.
Did it come out in theaters or a streaming service?
Both, I think.
Or it actually came out. I thought we were still in like I thought we were talking about like trailers and shit for it.
It's out, and if you look in the spoiler room, a lot of shit's been said about it.
But because I will say because of the fact that it came out on a streaming service, we may never really know how much it made. The only thing that we'll get is theater numbers, but theater distribution is extremely mixed, and due to the more than opaque nature of like streaming services not needing to disclose how much money they've made, we'll never know how much it made from streaming. If it makes a lot, they will brag about it. If not, we'll never know.
I found the scroll.
The old tree.
I forgot about this, which was kind of a weird thing for a game to do. It hides its tutorials in scrolls scattered around the map.
I remember that.
That's a very awkward thing for games to do.
Yeah.
Well, they would have, like, the immediate obvious ones right out of the gate. Like,
Yeah.
here's how to do this, this, and this. Here's the critical, this is what you need to do to play the game. the bonus tutorials you find are things like tips and tricks and hacks, basically. The sort of stuff that you would now find in, like, how-to guides. It's like, hey, did you know you can move faster if you do this, this, and this? It'd be a tutorial in the game. Like, I think there was a Spider-Man GameCube game that did that. It's like Bruce Campbell would tell you tutorial stuff. It's like, hey, Spider-Man, did you know that you could swing faster if you, like, sprint and jump, and then, like, let go just, like, right at the bottom of your swing or something like that? Stuff like that, where it's like, the game already told you how to swing. Now it's telling you how you can get around faster.
You don't need that swing if you ain't got the thing. Do well.
Mm-hmm.
Big collection of butts there.
Where's the collection of butts? I want to see the collection of butts.
Stuff I picked up peaches.
I'm being more horny on me than usual today, aren't I?
A little bit, yeah.
Right?
That's my thing. Get out of here with that.
No.
Okay, I tried my shot.
Hey, what happens if you draw a circle on him?
Not much.
Yeah, Bloom doesn't really do anything for most enemies.
There's a specific enemy that you have to use Bloom on, but
Yeah, that was annoying. All them trees that need love.
Yep, that's how you get cursed. You killed some people on the road and then an island emerged from the watery depths. Yep, that's how you get curses.
What?
Ah, Okami found the bonfire.
I can't believe Okami is the Dark Souls of GameCube games.
Is Nora the real Kiryu 2012, by the way, on YouTube? I'm not sure.
I don't
Okay.
think so.
I don't think so. Nora's at work right now. She wouldn't be watching
Yeah.
YouTube.
She might be on break for all I know. I'm an idiot.
No, Kiryu 2012 is a different guy. He's time on DA.
Yeah.
See, I knew a Kiryu 2012 when I ran around on Toho Kingdom. Not sure if it's the same guy, but
You might need to get closer. Oh, I was wrong. Holy shit.
you painted that tree like a mouse.
Digging tips.
No.
Something that people forget is you can buy a secret technique that lets you pee on demons.
I don't forget that. I'm looking forward to that.
Pardon? I did not hear. Did you say you can take a
It's
piss
like
on
the-
demons?
Yeah,
It
you
helps.
pee on 'em.
It gives you it gives you demon teeth. Or
demon fangs.
Gross.
you walk up and you just pee on them. It's ultimate disrespect. It has a weird and silly name, but I don't know what it is. Then later on, there's a super secret technique where your dog squats down and takes a dump, and if a demon runs into it, it explodes.
Also great. That is him on Toho Kingdom.
I haven't been on Toho Kingdom in years, so it's fine. We're good. Don't worry. I left Toho Kingdom. I think it was back in 2017, 18. That's where I met Gerd.
I never
I got-
joined Toho Kingdom.
Name.
You're not
I heard of it,
missing
but-
much.
I heard the stories, but I was never one for internet forums back when I first started getting on the internet. I was one for lurking around DeviantArt and Newgrounds.
That's fair.
Yeah, I joined a thing where people would put their kaiju against each other. I sucked at it.
That's
The
fair.
arena.
So I started my internet experience a little later when it came to giant monster stuff. So at the time when I was from like 2015 to like 2018, when I was not in this kind of a crew at that time. I was kind of one of the only few places out there was Toho Kingdom or Facebook. And I looked at Facebook for about approximately 30 seconds and went, yeah, no, I'm good, bud.
Yeah.
So I did Toho Kingdom. And admittedly, I have a whole bunch of really good memories there. I met a lot of wonderful people, a lot of which I'm still in contact with for the most part. That's where I really started writing fan fiction and then just straight up fiction, and that's how I'm working on a novel now. You can go to Toho Kingdom, and they've posted, I think, all of the really crappy stories I wrote in high school for the Kaiju War Chronicles. Like they posted, I think my best written one a little while back, and then I posted my second best one I wrote a little while back, and I went and read them, and I went, "Wow, buddy, we had more confidence when we were then than we do now."
My favorite scene in the game.
Ah, yes, green tapestries, very deadly.
Nature says, fuck you. These are some of the most satisfying things to get, by the way.
I love these.
Visually, I gotta say, that as someone who never played this game, who never even really saw much of it, this holds up spectacularly well.
Yep.
Like, this sort of art style, I don't know how much of an HD, remaster this is compared to the original.
It's mostly just making it not look super digitized.
Yeah. Because it was on the
This looks amazing.
I feel like that's a really solid art. Okami is a very solid argument why people should make more stylized games.
Yeah.
Hyper-realistic games age poorly much faster. I would argue that the original Okami didn't need a huge, big graphics update that it did, but I'm glad it did.
Mostly
because-
making it compatible for HD TVs.
And just making it, more accessible as a whole.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The more platforms Okami's on, the happier I am.
So, okay, so the name of the dog pee technique is Golden Fury.
Oh, God.
Oh, terrible.
The pooping technique is Brown Rage.
Yup.
Oh.
Hey, guy, no. No.
What? Do you doubt us?
No, I'm not doubting you. Just no.
Don't worry, I'll get both.
You know
of
what?
them.
You know what? I'm going to go fucking back and dive through Cyberpunk Red again.
I want to briefly just touch, because I actually do have a story regarding graphics and updates and games and technology and all that. So back in the far-flung era of 2007, when Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare came out, I went over to a friend's house back in high school, and he got Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare, because you have to make that distinction, COD 4. He was playing it on his PC with maximum graphics, and I looked at it, and at a certain point, I forgot that I was looking at a video game and thought that somehow I was looking at newsreel footage from the Iraq War in first person. I was that blown away. I'm like, whoa, this looks so amazing. It looks real. And then, a couple years ago, I saw somebody do a little, oh, hey, what's Call of Duty 4 like? and just playing it, and it went from the most genuinely realistic looking shooter I had ever seen to, oh, that looks like shit.
Yep.
That looks fucking terrible now. The biggest offender for this for me was the original Gears of War. I remember Gears of War like looking like the most amazing, hyper-realistic thing in the universe back in 2006. And then, for shits and giggles, I played it again like a couple years ago, and I was like, oh, this looks terrible. The character models are kind of nice, but the entire environment is just gray blocks. It was awful looking. I couldn't believe my eyes. I'm like, oh my god, this looks terrible.
And that's one of the things about the video game format that other forms of media don't have to deal with as much, is that the increase of technology directly correlates with games. A game that was great in 2007 with the highest level of graphics looks like absolute trash now, because we've had over 2007 was
We've had 14 years of technological
14
development.
so it aged poorly, and sometimes they bring back games with the HD remakes to keep them up to date. I bring up the point, a game should have enough style on its own that you want to make it look like a weird 2007 game and still play the fuck out of it.
Yeah, like I feel it's a great argument for the need of having genuine art direction. Because when I played BioShock, which came out at about the same time, I was fine with everything.
Right. They added the future predator from Primeval as a new species.
They were teasing it? Oh, fuck. Also,
It's
okay.
hybrid, but
Okay, you wanna know what's really funny about that future predator?
what?
It's Return to Jurassic Park compatible.
But yeah,
Wait, why is it compatible? What?
It means if you went to go play a campaign version, okay, so not all mods are designed to be compatible with the other game modes outside of Freeform, right? But the Future Predator 2.0 is compatible to a point where if you started a brand new campaign of Return to Jurassic Park, you could just casually go, and then I add a Future Predator.
yes, Mom.
Look at that absolutely snazzy motherfucker.
Speaking of snazzy motherfucker, Gray?
You son of a bitch. Played me up
No.
my own game. What?
No, I'm talking. Could you send me the name of that strange-looking Gompathier you posted last night? The one that looks like it should be a messed-up fossil, but isn't?
Let me go look back through the elephants. There was a couple I posted last night that looked like that.
The one with the massive back hump.
Oh, yeah, that's just a it's considered just Gompatherium. That's Trilophodon would be the one to look for. I'll send you his name.
Okay, much obliged.
But yeah, games need to have actual art direction and design. It helps a lot.
Yeah, otherwise they age like milk.
Yeah, even it's one of those deals where, like, I mentioned BioShock 1. BioShock 1, the technology that went into that is relatively crude by comparison, but it actually has an art direction. So even though, like, some of the technology involved is not terribly impressive by today's standards, it has an art direction. It's like, oh, I see what they're communicating here.
And I would also argue that's one of the beautiful things about BioShock is that while it looks a little dated, you can play the original version still and not feel too weird. if you're looking for a more up-to-date one, the Bioshock Remastered Collection is still a beautiful piece of art. I'm not saying it because it was my first shooter game / PlayStation 3 game I ever played. Who are you to talk about it?
My only problem, and this could just be an Xbox thing, because of course, when I tried playing Bioshock 2 Remastered on the Xbox One, half of the sound was missing.
That sounds like an Xbox issue. I think
Yeah.
I remember seeing about that.
Because, yeah, I would load it up and I would walk around and I'm like, wait a minute, I can't hear my own footsteps. There's supposed to be a singing here. What the hell? It was like if it was set to be stereo, but it was missing, like, the right speaker sort of thing. It was really strange.
That's a shame.
And I haven't gone back and bothered, because if I want to play Bioshock 1, 2, or even Infinite, I got them on the 360. I could just play the original things and not have to deal with potentially weird nonsense.
That's fair.
It's like me with the old Halo games. It's like I don't have to play the Master Chief Collection. I can just go straight to the source. I was fortunate enough to just be able to do that.
Admittedly, I have some very weird opinions on Bioshock because I started on Bioshock 2 before I did any of the other ones. So it was really funny because when I played Bioshock, it's like, well, I know what's going to happen, but I'm not going to like it, am I? And my entire playthrough was like, oh, you're Atlas. Do you think you betray me? I don't know. You're chill, bro. You're not this Fontaine motherfucker. And then I get like through a part. I'm like, wait a minute. I remember he is Fontaine, that motherfucker. But like he pulled all the heartstrings when his family died. I'm like, okay, maybe he's not Fontaine. And then when he betrayed me, I'm like, oh, I knew this was coming, and I still despise you for it.
That was, yeah.
Because it's one of those, like, you have to be familiar with the events to kind of really get Bioshock 2, and I wasn't. So my concept of the Bioshock franchise is the best game is the one where you get to be a metal man in a suit with superpowers and a big fuck-off drill, and occasionally put rivets in somebody's head if you don't want to drill them to death. And you're off to go save your daughter.
I forgot about this dude.
This is the
There
truth.
was-
Fleetfoot, 4 wins. There's Golden Fury. Look how much it costs.
Yeah, it's expensive AF.
Yeah, Brave sent me the picture. I didn't need to see that, guys.
I was on a subreddit, and some people don't buy it just because they like barking at things.
But yeah. Sorry, just.
Yeah, this guy is great and mildly terrifying.
Yeah, the history of the Bioshock series I will always find fascinating. Because the original one was made with a very freewheeling, like, we're changing the game on the fly as we make it because we realize that there is a better idea doing it this way. And that drastically alters the game, and then they'd have to rewrite portions of it, and etc., etc.
You gotta see if it's bullshit.
What the fuck? What the f... Oh my god!
Spins his head upside down.
He'll look different to have a menacing face instead of like funny old man.
His entire head spins upside down to give him a different looking face.
Oh my god!
They never explain this. It's just a weird, wacky NPC.
God, that's freaky.
So I'm taking notes.
Does feel like a great NPC. I could lie.
But yeah, Bioshock 1, notorious for its weird development cycle where like things just kind of happen and then they changed it. Same thing happened with Bioshock 2. There was just a ton of rewrites throughout the development of that game. until it became what it was. And so then when Infinite comes out and everyone was like, we thought that this game would be different, I knew what happened with 1 and 2. It was par for the course for me. So I was like, oh yeah, they had to rewrite some stuff. Okay.
Every Bioshock game is the same.
Yeah.
I'll tell you the biggest twist. You are the villain in some way, shape, or form. There you go.
I
That's not
know.
true. I can't hurt people. I'm always the good guy.
No. Listen. The first game, you're literally a clone of the biggest asshole in that city. Though you, as a person, are not the villain. You, conceptually, are the villain because you're just his clone. And number 2, you're a big daddy. The biggest asshole thing you gotta fight in the first game. You are, by design, are a boss character and a villain.
Wait. You can. The character you play as in 2 is a Big Daddy?
Yes, you play as...
Have I never gone on this rant? I can go on this rant. Shady, you beautiful motherfucker.
I mean,
Okay, hold on a second.
You're a skinny Big Daddy or a twink Big Daddy, but you're still a Big Daddy.
Okay.
Lore-wise, you play as an early model Big Daddy before they really standardized what they should be. So you are a big dude in a modified diving suit before they started turning them into weird, horrible monstrosities.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Just before we go with the genetic fucky-wucky.
Okay,
Yeah.
So the game starts you off literally, Shady. You are Subject Delta. So you're like you're like the first real successful Big Daddy around, but you're not the first Big Daddy around. There's an alpha and a beta. But you're tromping around and you have a little sister you protect, and literally the cutscene to enter the game is you following the little sister around, and you start forming this emotional bond, and then her actual biological mother shows up, kidnaps you, mind controls you using a plasmid from the first game, forces you to take off your helmet, pull a pistol out, and blow your brains out in front of your little sister kid. So it's an emotional gut wrench, and that's just the first minute and a half.
Fast forward to 10 years later, you wake up mysteriously again.
It's not that mysterious. Someone drags your body over to the Revivify thing, and then the little sister's getting taught with your little sister, who's now like a teenager and being used as an experiment by her mother, just by forcefully shoving all of the Adam into her, so it filters through her, so she can become an ultimate being. Because her mother's a psychologist, but she's a 1950s psychologist, so she's absolutely mental.
She wants the daughter to become like the face of the godhead and have everyone's thoughts and minds be their ultimate savior, sort of bullshit.
So basically,
Sacrifice one to save everyone.
She threw out the Big Daddies because Big Sister is more vogue.
Yes. So you go through essentially what is the ruins of Rapture.
Even more ruins of Rapture.
Yep.
Instead of war-torn city, it's everybody who was in charge is dead, and now it's just dilapidating more and more into the ocean. And you go off to save your daughter. Now, I've never gotten a bad ending. I feel bad when I kill some of the splicers. So you know I've never forcefully harvested a little sister in my entire life. I've gone, oh yes, hello new daughter.
Hello child, you're mine now.
As someone who... This is one thing I do really appreciate about Bioshock 2. Bioshock 1 had a problem where basically most of the endings were the same. There was, air quotes, technically 3 endings to Bioshock 1. There was a complete bastard ending, a sad bastard ending, and then the good ending. Both of the bastard endings are basically the same, just what changes is the tone of someone saying how much they're disappointed and how awful of a person you were.
Yep.
And the good ending is you're the good guy. Bioshock 2 had 4 different endings, each radically different.
Technically, I think it's 6. I think it's 6.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Well, I'm thinking of like the final cutscene scene.
Yeah. So the cutscene had 3 endings technically. You escape out of Rapture on one of the bathysphere things. You surface up, but Shady, do you care for spoilers? I'm pretty sure everyone else has played and or heard me rant about this game.
So,
Shady,
What was? I'm here.
do you care about spoilers?
Nah.
Okay, so
Excellent.
sorry, chat. I don't give a fuck about you.
You
So,
now,
in-
if you care.
Mute now if you care. So in Bioshock 2 ending, you surface up to the bathysphere, but there's been a last-second plot twist of the big sis, your little sister, now big sister's mother, has put bombs around the bathysphere, so the bathysphere works and they can all escape. But this is a last-second surprise. The big sister has the teleporting plasmid, which is a fun little Easter egg you can try to get, but you can't technically get it, and reveals a whole bunch of interesting little tidbits of lore. We're not going to get into that. So she teleports in, but you get to go on the surface of the bathysphere from 1,000 leagues beneath the sea to the surface in 15 minutes.
Ooh.
So you had a massive explosion in your face just before.
You get the Ben's Boogaloo.
You get fucked up by a large amount of dynamite, and then you get the bends. Also, your character was kind of dying before all of this anyway, so you're just royally screwed.
No matter what you do, you die at the end, but there's different ways it happens. But this is where the endings start to differ. So, in one of the mechanics, you have the big little sisters saving them or harvesting them affects the ending majorly. But your actions with the various quote-unquote heads or bosses of the different areas also changes your gameplay at this point. If you have killed only one or none of the up to one villain of those bosses, because there's one that's a big fish mutant man, so they left it open of, you can just kill one of them. With the intentions of, you can just kill the weird mutant man. I didn't. I was like...
because he's asking you to put him out of his misery, like
His sane self is asking you to put him out of his misery, and he is saying out loud in his weird whale form, no, let me be. And I don't trust recordings like that, so I let him live. They all got to live. Did I unleash a Shin Godzilla man baby thing into the oceans? Fuck yeah, I did. But when you're going up, you find Big Sister in the top part of the bathysphere. Some of the glasses broke because you were rapidly ascending. And you find the head boss lady has actually just snuck into the boat ahead of time, ahead of you guys. And depending on if you've mostly let the people save or if you've killed most of them, your Big Sister one either saves her, lets her survive, gives her oxygen to breathe, or purposefully drowns her. And that's...
Damn.
And that kind of... Because, like, you can get the good ending and still, technically speaking, kill all the bosses in the game. Because the bosses are adults and people who have gone through, and there is a message there of your actions impact others. But when you surface up, the unifying thing between all three end scenes is that you are dying on the deck and you're... how am I forgetting her name? I got on a rant about Delta because I fucking love Delta.
I almost want to say it's Elizabeth, but that's Mikey from Infinite.
It's not. Eleanor.
Yeah, that's it, Eleanor. Thank you.
Yeah, so Eleanor goes above you and takes the atom out of you. That is the end scene. If you have done the good ending or the really good ending, where you saved everybody, let everybody live, she takes your atom out of you to literally take your mind and keep the memories inside her so her father is with her always. And she kind of sits there alone as the sun, as a beautiful sun, like I think a sunrise is coming up. And she's sitting there alone, and all of a sudden she sees a hand on her shoulder, and then there's just every little child you've saved with her. And she realizes she's got to keep going. And it's fucking sweet.
The implication is that your whatever consciousness, whatever, is going to continue on in her as a helpful angel on her shoulder, so to speak, to help her into this, like, help guide her into this new scary world, you know.
The 1960s, soon to be 1970s.
Yes, of this massive surface world that you're going to help her get through this. That's the very best ending.
The mixed ending where if you haven't, been an absolute dick waffle, but you've, killed the bosses and some of the bosses, and you've
Harvested one or two little sisters.
harvested some of the little sisters, you get the mixed ending, which is she surfaces up in a thunderstorm and harvests your Adam. And
No, actually not quite. This is where the split happens. The mixed ending is you surface up and it's sort of an in-between time.
yeah,
It's
that's what I'm
kind of
talking.
stormy, but
But
it could also the sun could also rise.
Yeah, it's where the storm is starting to clear up, and she harvests your DNA, and then she's just kind of like, I'm kind of alone, and I have to keep moving on. But it's got a hopeful twist to it. It's the I can be better than the tragedies I've been through.
Oh
And
no,
then-
she doesn't harvest your DNA in the mixed ending.
Right, she doesn't.
She asks
I
you.
know
She
that.
asks you. She can harvest your DNA to allow you to keep going in her, and you're presented with a final choice. You can either let her harvest her DNA and you can continue on in her, or she says specifically, if you ever had any doubts, if you've ever had any regrets, I can stop this and let you just be in peace. And you can refuse. And this is the only other one that I got. I refused because like on the grounds, like I felt bad about the bad things that I did. I don't want that in you. And she lets you die. And so you're just she doesn't take your DNA. Instead, she drags you over to the side of the boat, the side of the deck, and you both watch the sunrise together as you die. And she looks at you mournfully, saying that she was going to miss you and that she doesn't know what she's going to do without you, but that she's going to try to find her way and be better than we were. And it is heartbreaking.
Oh yeah, I know. The mixed ending hurts more than the bad ending does. Because the bad ending is, you pop up, you're in the middle of a fucking hard typhoon-looking motherfucking storm. And she comes out, and she's like, there's one thing you taught me. Strength always wins. And she doesn't even ask, she just shoves the needle down in your chest, and sucks your brains out. And then you kind of, I guess technically, almost take over, but don't take over. And then she goes out, and soon this world will be mine. And I'm like, yes.
And in addition to this, dozens and dozens of dead bodies float to the surface.
Jesus.
Well, okay, to be fair, the building part where the final boss rush, and you're just fighting through hordes of enemies through a timer that just continuously keep on going, explodes behind you as you go up. So that's the most realistic fucking thing.
There probably would be a lot of dead bodies. But yeah, the full-blown bad ending is just evil asshole time. There is a marked tragedy to the mixed endings. It's like, oh,
yes, Tom, I remember him.
there's that element of like doubt and like mixedness, and there's almost an unfinality to it, which in a way almost makes it more realistic. But
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a fucking minute.
What?
Okami. You're a dog-themed super being being helped by a little fairy on your head that glows.
Also, Shady,
A motherfucking berserk reference?
Probably not.
Probably is.
maybe?
Because,
It wouldn't surprise me.
you know the whole thing about the little fairy helping the swordsman? That's a berserk thing.
Also used to be a Zelda thing.
No, Zelda got that from Berserk.
I know, but it's one step removed at that point.
Now we're just getting into pedantics. In any case, also Shady.
It's still the trope originator.
Okay. Another fun thing about the origins of Subject Delta himself, he he is said to be the inspiration for the whole reason Jack crashes out of an airplane, because his name was Johnny Topside, because his plane crashed, which was a small solo flying plane, crashed right above Rapture, sunk, and he got into the city. So, Andrew Ryan didn't like the fact that he wasn't hand-chosen and didn't, quote-unquote, belong. So they threw him into prison on really dumb charges, and then pretty much forced him to become a Big Daddy, against his will. The entire Alpha series of Big Daddies were criminals and,
People they didn't like,
people
basically.
they didn't like. And then they just did that for all the Big Daddies.
I don't quite remember though. Is it that he crash landed onto Rapture? I thought it was he deliberately found his way and made his way down there with his own bathysphere.
History. Before his arrival on Rapture, the man who had become Subject Delta was a deep-sea diver who conducted an investigation of the many ships and submarine disappearances, and he was investigating himself. He found the hidden city. He was accepted into Rapture, become something of a celebrity for his heroics, and nicknamed Johnny Topside by articles in Rapture Tribute.
But yeah, the point is he was an outsider that Ryan didn't like. And that was something I was touching on in my Let's Play series of the original Bioshock, is that Andrew Ryan is an absolute fucking cockhead, and that everything in there is his fault, up to and including like the rise of Fontaine, the proliferation of Adam, and the general like destabilization of everything. Because you find audio tapes where Andrew Ryan is basically talking about like, oh, I have to go to a boring meeting where this guy is like concerned that some new drug or whatever might be on the streets. I don't care. Let the free market deal with it. And he's very laissez-faire, and he doesn't give a damn about the runnings of his own, what he perceives to be his own private city, until it starts not working in his favor, and then he cares.
That's pretty true.
So it's like, it literally is all his fault.
The seeds of doubt get sown in, and the concept of him not having absolute control starts slipping away from him, and he gets pissy.
Yeah.
He also makes a fucking penal colony. What calls it a penal colony in 1960?
So what the only good thing he did was try and motivate the original Bioshock character to break free of his bonds.
Also, Gray, you do have to remember, he calls it a penal colony because although the original Bioshock took place in 1960, it was basically a frozen-in-time snippet of the late 40s. Because I think that's when they built it, and then it just was sort of there underwater for like a decade. Just like more or less culturally isolated.
Yeah. If you're ever interested in delving into the whole backstory before all the games, there's a Bioshock novel out there. I own it, and it's a really cool read because it gives you some insights onto it.
Is it Rapture?
I believe it's Bioshock Rapture. Yes.
I have that book. I need to actually read it.
It's really good actually, because the first part of the book we follow the main character Andrew Ryan. But he doesn't start as Andrew Ryan, he starts as Andruski Ransky, or something like that.
It sounds like him.
Where his family is escaping from the newly formed Soviet Union. Because they had very loose ties to the royals, and people were just killing anyone tied to the royals. So he watches his uncle get murdered in front of him. His uncle, who was a businessman and he idolized as a young kid, brutally murdered. So he goes to America to form this business stuff. And then the book follows him going through and becoming a big businessman over in the West under the name of Andrew Ryan, completely dropping his whole heritage. And then we get introduced to the actual main character of the book, McDonough. Who's only
Wasn't McDonough his contractor in the first game?
Yes. he was the right-hand man, the handyman of Rapture.
God, that's right. Yeah.
He had McDonald's bar, the Irish bar level. That's him.
Yeah.
And it literally shows it in a scene where, in the book, McDonough is fixing the plumbing in this place. And Andrew Ryan happens to go to the bathroom, sees him working there, casually just chats it up with him a bit. And McDonough's like, man, your place, looks him to the face like, man, your place is run like a shithole. And he's like, excuse me? And McDonough's like, yeah, here's your problems with this, with the plumbing alone. I don't want to see what the rest of this is. And Andrew Ryan's like, you son of a bitch, I like you.
I think that this needs to be stated. Was this before or after Rapture was built?
Before.
Yeah, that's right. Because, this is before. So Ryan just meets this random contractor who he just takes a liking to. And then, like, once Ryan gets his harebrained scheme idea to build Rapture, he essentially places a bulk of the responsibility on one dude to design and build an underwater city.
Yeah.
But Ryan is also such a fucking, like, proud dumbass that even when his contractor, who he knows and respects, is doing a good job, when his contractor says, hey, look, we need to build it like this. We need to build it like this because we're at the bottom of the fucking ocean. Ryan is too stupid and too stubborn to not have his vision of a city underwater. He wants it to be a city, not like a dome or anything. He wants it to be a full-blown city. So he makes McDonough build it as a literal underwater city. Thus essentially prematurely, like, guaranteeing its eventual doom. Because buildings, the way we design them, are good for being, in the air, not underwater.
There is a video out there, though, that explores the possibility of Rapture being a thing. Could it physically exist? And with, one exception of something that didn't get invented until, 1953, almost all of the technology required to build Rapture, in terms of concrete that could handle the pressures, in terms of glass, in terms of that, was either in theoretical or very early stages of existing by 1932, which is when he started building Rapture.
Oh, I don't doubt that it could theoretically be possible. I'm just saying
But McDonough, who's not a trained man, builds it anyway, and then looks at him and is like, you realize we're going to have to start fixing the leaks, right?
We're going to have to start fixing this thing immediately. Like, we just finished building it, and we're already going to have to start working on repairs. You have to ensure that all of your pipes are heated, because the seawater is at freezing temperatures. Pipes freeze, pipes burst.
But in the book, we get to see, because the only time you meet McDonough in the original game of BioShock, he is already dead and hanging on a wall in terms of the crazy Ryan, people who betrayed Andrew Ryan wall.
Oh, yeah.
And the book paints it tragically. So you know how Fontaine uses the Atlas trying to get his wife and kid out? It turns out the name of the wife and kid were McDonough's wife and kid.
Oh.
Because that's what McDonough was trying to do, was just quietly get in the bathysphere and leave Rapture. Because he fell in love. He wasn't planning on having a family. He was 100% in for Rapture. Then met a girl, fell in love, had a kid, started watching Rapture become a place that I can't raise a family. I can't keep them safe here.
Both, in the sense that, politically it's starting to get very heated. My friend Ryan is starting to become way too much of a control freak, but also just the logistics involved here.
And it was one of the big things was he saw the little sisters because Andrew Ryan trusted him. So he got in on a lot of Andrew's projects and things he was involved in. Saw the little sisters, took one look at his daughter and went, nope, out of here. And in the book, it's portrayed that that's kind of what sends Andrew on the deep end, that starts the pseudo-McCarthyism that Rapture goes into, is because the one person that Andrew thought he could trust to tell him the truth no matter what lied to him and tried to leave his city. And that's the tipping point of Andrew Ryan goes off the deep end. It wasn't much of a jump, but it's interesting that way. Though, if you want a good note, McDonough does die, but his wife and kid do get out.
Oh, that's good.
And the ending, the last ending chapter of the book takes place in the time when they're doing, a couple of interviewers come up to his daughter to ask about her father and her involvement in this, because we just got done talking to an old man and his 6 daughters he has who came from the city, and we're wanting to know if you have anything to add to this. And she shuts them out and says no.
Which is absolutely fair. Yeah, the BioShock series.
BRB.
I was gonna say yes.
And
Yeah,
meanwhile, there's a fucking the 60-year-old woman who looks like she's in her 20s is sipping the beer. You got anything to say, Eleanor? Nah.
Also, depending on if we include the Minerva's Den DLC, there is at least one woman who is in her 60s who is like, yeah, I was the doctor who helped make a lot of this bullshit happen. Sorry. Also, here's a guy who was a big daddy who, we've kind of surgically rehabilitated to have him not be a monster man who can also tell you about all this.
Okay, the Minerva's Den DLC, by the way, I had to watch a playthrough of because when I wanted to play it, it was too old. I couldn't buy it on the PS3 station anymore, and that was bullshit.
Oh, yeah.
But, baby piggies.
Wait a minute, Gray. Oh, hell, I was just about to say, wait a minute, I could actually play that for you, in real time.
Yeah, I watched a playthrough of it, but I'd like to do that at some point. I'd like to do a lot of things at some point. But the Minerva's Den DLC is so fucking tragic. Because you go back down with, what's her name? Tenenbaum.
Yeah.
Dr. Tenenbaum, who's the one who made the Little Sisters, who didn't directly help make the Big Daddies. That would be Dr. Suchong. Fuck Dr. Suchong, by the way. He's a bastard. But we're not going to go into that. Scatha, put the baby down.
No.
I thought Scatha did put the baby down.
I threw the baby.
I see. I'm on the play. Okay.
But no,
Eat the baby.
the really tragic thing about Houston is you are a new Big Daddy, Subject Sigma, and you go into a part of Rapture called Minerva's Den, where the supercomputer for the that worked Rapture's camera systems and stuff, despite the fact it was 1960, and you're supposed to go recover it. And you go through, and you're having this dude narrate, who you think is Subject Sigma at first, but then you find out that there's a person on the radio, and that's the dude, so you think, oh, he's the narrator. And there's a crazy guy who wants to destroy the computer, because he's been kind of rattled in the brains thanks to Apple.
No, he doesn't want to destroy it, he wants to keep it for himself.
Oh, he wants to keep it for himself, right.
He believes that the supercomputer can be a predictive engine, and that it, in combination with Adam and his splicing, is making him the smartest being in the world.
It's not. The computer.
It's not.
But the twist is that when you get to the computer, and the guy narrating, the guy who's been talking to you is like, yeah, you need to put in some verification. you take a hand off of your Big Daddy glove, put it on, and it identifies you as the man talking to you because you can't talk. Part of the Big Daddy things is that it fucks up your throat to make those low moaning noises that Big Daddies make. And it identifies you as the person who's been talking to you this entire time, and it turns out the computer brain has your voice.
The computer has been talking to you the whole time. It was emulating you, the guy who helped make it, who was turned into a Big Daddy. And, like, your memory was sort of wiped. And, like, for me, that was, when I first played, I'm like, what the fuck? Not only am I, what the fuck? That was my reaction.
Yeah. And it's a completely understandable one. And it's kind of fun because with the end thing is you do take the computer brain out, and it does help you remember your memories so you can go say goodbye to your dead wife. Because it turns out the reason you're in Rapture is because your wife died, and you didn't know how to handle that. So when a crazy man told you he's building a city at the bottom of the ocean, well, guess I'll fuck off to the bottom of the ocean.
Guess I'll go to the bottom of the ocean. Yeah, it was,
BioShock 2 punched you in the nuts with emotions, and then took a knife out, put the Minerva's Den deal, labeled the Minerva's Den, and just shoved it into your stomach for good measure.
Yeah, there was a lot of fun stuff in BioShock 2. I'm gonna be one of those people who will stick up for BioShock Infinite. I got into that. I enjoyed it quite a bit. And I actually did enjoy the ending. I thought that was a neat way of kind of wrapping everything up, of essentially creating a nullification paradox, I guess? Where it's like, you and Elizabeth do this one particular action that suddenly causes, like, this whole swath of realities to not exist. I kind of love that ending.
It is. I'm still salty about it because I got 98%. I was in the final big battle where you could summon Songbird, and then my save file corrupted.
Oh, yeah. I could see that.
It never would load again, and I got so frustrated I never played the game again.
Yeah.
I do wish you had more options, like, you know, you don't have to kill Booker and you just let the worlds go absolutely bonkers. It would have been nice to have more endings, especially after how BioShock 2 treated us with them. Like,
yeah.
It should have had the implication of you can get some really funky shit going on here, instead of there is one ending and no choice you make matters.
Yeah.
What game? BioShock Infinite?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I enjoy BioShock Infinite. The DLC, which is neat, but it does sort of nullify the ending.
Mm-hmm. I find a lot of, like, I watched all the BioShock games, and, like, of the three, Infinite relies the hardest off its previous incarnations, and it also kind of fucks up some of the things in the previous incarnations.
Yep.
Like, it just, like, I know it was trying to make, like, an interwoven storyline, but, like, it doesn't. It just feels like, well, then, like, that makes certain topics in BioShock 1 or 2 feel very, well...
The other game's lesser by existence.
Yeah. It makes them feel a bit pointless, for certain aspects of it.
And, like,
Yeah.
I understand, like, with the... I feel like if you wanted to have ended that well, instead of making everybody kill Booker, you should have taken the there are 1,000 lighthouses, 1,000 cities, and 1,000 men concept, made that an ending, and then have we're killing as many timelines as we can with this action of murdering Booker before he can sell his daughter.
I kind of dislike the idea that they're kind of forcing Elizabeth to do it, because there's some very clear wear and tear on her mental stability from doing that.
Yeah.
like she's purposely like mentally disfiguring herself to do this one act, which isn't really an act of good. It's an act of self-defense almost, because well, yeah, it is creating a better world by killing that guy. It's mostly to protect herself, not so much the greater world. It's framed as a lot more selfish than it really should, considering her character. And also, it's the final nail in the coffin for any idealism she had. You know, forcing her to become a murderer 100, 1,000 times over. Basically killing the good in her, and I'm like, fuck.
Like I said, that should have been the bad ending. I feel like they didn't want it to be different and have both. And like in this shows, you have to have the good ending and you have to have a bad ending. And if you want to be funny, you can have a funny ending and you can have a weird ending. I feel like the weird ending should have been like when Songbird is dying in the ocean, like they have him drown and pop and his lights fade out, and you hear a from behind him, and it's the Lutece twins. But the Lutece twins are not alone. They either have Jack, Delta, or both, because both would be funny as shit. And be like, there's more work to be done, you two. And that
no, it's welcome. You're part of a greater universe now.
We
Yes, we want you to join the Avengers Initiative.
the Luchette twins are creating some sort of weird Avengers thing, which I feel like if we were terrible game developers, terrible meaning potentially awesome, but like we'd be hated by fans and not make a whole lot of money, this would lead to like another BioShock game that was somehow some sort of like XCOM-esque like strategy game where like the different characters are like and you need to go around solving space-time shenanigans.
I bring up an even wilder answer, because the people who own the BioShock rights and who made BioShock 2 are also the same studio that make another popular franchise shooter.
System Shock?
System Shock, with a bigger company, the 2K guys. 2K Australia in particular made this wonderful game series called Borderlands. You make BioShock Multiverse, and you just make it like a little more serious Borderlands.
I was going to even suggest like, what? So, do the BioShock guys like suddenly show up in a Borderlands sequel, where it's like at some point in like Borderlands 4, like shit's getting all weird and freaky and everything, and the Luchette twins suddenly show up, and they're just like, no, we brought some people to help.
No, you don't even introduce the Lucette twins. You only thinly veil to them just to piss off one of the main cast characters. That there's got to be somebody leading these guys. And then you have the Delta / Sigma stand-in. You have Jack, and you have Booker, and you have Elizabeth. And they're all and nobody in Borderlands thinks they're anything different than historical reenactors, because one, that's fucking canon, and two, the truth is a big daddy, a drunk dude, a girl who has magic powers, and the poor little guy, I'm just a small creature, I'm just a small fella, is just part of Borderlands.
Yeah. It's, I don't know. Or if somehow it did like help lead into some sort of weird overarching thing with supposedly a lot of the core crew of Irrational Games like broke off to make a new make a System Shock 3, which I haven't heard any updates about, but then again COVID happened. Which is different from the original System Shock remake that another group of people are happening, which I also have not heard anything about. Let me just say, I feel bad for System Shock fans who really got their hopes up that there'd be suddenly a whole lot of new and fun content.
I know they're making that one. I know there's a Bioshock 4 in the works. They've been keeping an incredibly tight lip about it, which is nice, and I appreciate
Because the last bit of news that came out about it was that it would feature multiplayer-based microtransactions.
Ew.
And everyone heard that and was like, oh, shit.
That's gross.
Yep.
You need an entire power to create lily pads.
Yay!
But, yeah. I don't know. Sometimes I wonder, though, like, it would be neat if it got made, but this is where me being really cynical happens, and I often wonder, it's like, is this a case of this intellectual property should just be mostly a thing of this generation? It occasionally is available again, but it's mostly a thing of that generation. Let's not keep dragging it out.
That or give it to people who care by this point.
Or give it to people who care. Because, at least as someone who's on the Xbox, a couple of intellectual properties that Microsoft owns that they keep tramping out, not doing great.
Yeah.
Gears of War keeps ending on cliffhangers and people are starting to hate it. And a lot of folks are wondering if Halo Infinite can be good.
I don't have faith in it.
I am concerned. I don't want them to do Atriox dirty. He deserves better.
Unfortunately, we both know what's coming.
Don't say it. Even though, yes, I know.
Oh yes, Halo MOBA everyone wanted.
There's rumors, or at least there was a rumor I heard, that Bungie wants to make a Destiny MOBA.
See, I think the Destiny universe would work a lot better for a MOBA than what it started out as.
Yeah, ironically, I feel like a MOBA would be a not bad direction to go for that intellectual property in the most obscenely comedic way. Just like, because like the lore has all these crazy, weird, powerful characters that are thoroughly wasted by the actual game.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know what? Yeah, fuck it, sure. Give us a MOBA version of that shit.
I need to BRB real quick.
I also do too. I need to put some stuff away.
Okay. I will just be here being a dog.
I am here. I am just quiet because eating.
That is also fair.
You ever have one of those nights where you're like, I don't feel like heating something up in the microwave. I'm just going to have crackers and cream cheese.
Yeah, I've had those.
Yeah, that's me tonight.
What are you
So
doing?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, that's right. I was just wondering what the fuck she was doing there. What'd you say?
So does falling in the water actually cause any issues? Like,
If you're in the water too long, you will drown.
oh. Okay. For fuck's sake, video game characters, take swimming lessons.
No. Run, Amy, run. I have to go make 2 people believe in gods right now.
You best start believing in God stories right now. Jiren.
I love that there's some places in this game where somebody just hit me, and then the dog fucking tackles you. And that was the miracle I had to perform.
Imagine, like, you see, like, someone's just casually commenting as they're talking to a chum, and all of a sudden, Amy just comes out of nowhere and clocks them.
If Jesus walks up to you and punched you in the face, that's a miracle.
Pretty much. Take my miracle, asshole!
Jesus needs to go to Congress and punch Mitch McConnell in his bitch face.
That'd be nice.
I found that, actually, recently I found a gift that's very much what we're talking about. In meme shitposting.
Okay. Oh,
Yeah.
Kusha, what do you want? She pets. Kushi's so nice. I hope nothing bad happens to Kushi later. I haven't fed you yet?
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Oh,
Been feeding animals and
you know.
performing miracles, which is just code talk for beating the shit out of somebody.
And that's why I posted that GIF I did.
I see. Sure that's not from the new Cruella de Vil movie?
Whoa!
Too good for that movie.
Oh, terrible.
Right, but, you know, joke wasn't there. Whew. Oh, random fat man.
Oh god, that's hilarious. By sheer overwhelming coincidence, me rambling about Gears of War, someone I follow on Twitter is reminiscing about the scene where Dom dies in Gears of War 3 that is still genuinely emotionally charged, and like probably the Gears of War 3 Gears of War should just ended at 3. Just should have fucking ended at 3. Your game series was finished. It ended on a high note. Should just ended it there.
What should have ended there?
The Gears of War franchise,
Just gonna wait
or
for
at
my
least the
time.
main intellectual property.
That's fair.
Gears of War, for those who don't know, Gears of War is the... I don't want to say it's the original modern, overly macho, masculine game series, but it kind of is.
I'd say it's the modern one that sold itself as such.
Yeah, it's the original modern... what you call it? Overly, like, super testosterone-fueled masculine manliness shooter game, where you play as big, meaty, masculine man Marcus Phoenix with your other big, masculine men squad mates as you fought really beefy mole men with giant guns, and your giant gun has a chainsaw for a bayonet, and everything is super testosterone fueled. And one of your squad mates, his name is Dom. Or Don, I don't remember. The point is, he has a
Dom.
character. Dom. Okay. His character thing is that his wife was taken by the evil underground mole men, and he's been looking for her for years. He's convinced that she's still alive and that he's going to find and save her. In the second game, you find her, and you find her as an emaciated, broken slave woman who has been tortured and abused by the mole men for like years. And there's no saving her. She's completely gone. She's just an empty husk of a human being. And Dom tearfully puts a bullet in her brain to end her suffering. The next game is Dom is himself broken. He's emotionally just torn up by what he's done. He feels like he's got nothing left to live for. And finally, his climax of the game is he sacrifices himself to save you and the rest of your squad. And he's like, I'm coming, Maria. I'm coming. I'm going to see you up there. And, he dies, and it's an emotionally gut-wrenching scene because, the theme from the very first trailer that showed the game off is playing Mad World. I think that's... I don't remember. It's a very sad, melancholy game. It plays over it, and it's heartbreaking. And the series should have just ended at 3. Because, oh boy.
This freaking... No!
Hey, there's a constellation in the sky. How did you do that?
As you find them, more constellations just appear in the sky.
I need to not be on Twitter now because Twitter is showing me really frustrating things. Atlanta councilman who voted to defund the police has had his car stolen by the police. Which reminds someone of their own encounter with the police. When my car was stolen, a fully funded NYPD assumed I had forgotten where I had parked and just circled the block. Weeks later, I found it via searching the New York City parking ticket site. The precinct I'd filed the report with had been ticketing it the whole time I had reported it stolen. So the cops knew where this guy's car was, and rather than tell him where it was, they just kept ticketing him for weeks.
That sounds about right.
I'm gonna not be on Twitter now. I'm gonna save that for later. Also, shady, Jesus H. Christ. That's a good dog punch, though.
Oh yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah, that's... Oh hey, let's dunk on Cruella de Vil. Oh hey, it's the origin story for Cruella de Vil. Because it looks like a Dalmatian.
It is a Dalmatian.
I don't think it is. I think that's a... Is it? It looks more like it has the face of a Great Dane a little bit.
It may be a mix.
Okay.
But as far as I know, spots are relatively hard to breed into dog breeds.
Excuse me. They cracked open the good stuff. I'll eat those.
Nice.
I was at the Dollar Tree, and they had a 25.4 fluid ounce bottle that I had never seen before. I'll read this. so I get them.
Mm-hmm.
Jump, Amy. Damn it.
Come, damn it.
Are you
Sometimes a time-saving shortcut just isn't time-saving nor short.
I like that I can do a little dance.
Victory dance. Awoo.
There's this last monster. They already got that. No!
Now.
I have a dumb question. Which one of us was running with the helpless lions again?
What?
The
Nora.
Nora, right? That's her weird vampire setting one, right?
The vampires created a unending dark sky that kind of tells most deities to fuck off. Or evil. Neutral deities don't care because chaos, bitch.
Catching up on video comment. Not watching the videos, just the comments. So I was just trying to figure out, like, okay, which ones were found and which ones weren't. No, there's a video that just says K saves my face.
Case hates your fitness.
That's the Monster Hunter thing.
Yep.
We were hunting Namiel, and I think I knocked Scalpa out of the way of being instantly killed.
Pretty much. He beat the shit out of me and saved me at the same time.
Express love through violence.
What about backs of salmon backs?
Tail, which saved you.
Meanwhile, Raven and I did the opposite with Kay.
You betrayed him and left him to die for the monsters? Fantastic.
No, they knocked me up with one of their heavy attacks, which sent me right into an Anjanath fire breath.
Oh.
Yeah.
Don't know which one of them did it.
I think that one was me when I was using the switch axe.
Yeah, I think it was. I forget what I was using, to be honest.
It looks weird the axes don't have knock up. Yes, they do.
So, Kali,
Yes.
I have to ask, where did you get that amazing Xbox controller?
Amazon.
Damn it. Damn you, Jeff Bezos. How much
Yeah.
was it?
It was like $30, something like that.
That's actually fucking cheaper than the basic-ass bitch controllers that I can get. So, yeah, when my controller fully dies, I'm going to be getting it, replacing it with one of those, because that's really nice.
It is. It's a pretty solid controller, too. Like, it's heavy, so it's, you know, it's not built like cheap shit, so.
Yeah.
And you can change the colors of the LEDs.
Yeah, I could really use that. Would you believe that... No, of course you would believe. Would you believe that getting a basic bitch Xbox One controller, even today, with no cool features and just a different color plastic than black, costs $60?
Yeah, I
Yes.
believe that.
It's Microsoft.
Yeah, goddamn Microsoft. Ugh. Okay. Not looking at Twitter anymore for a little bit. Work on drawing.
Alright, blow that crack.
Right?
I know that's why you said it that way.
Well,
Said it in the most factual way possible.
I have to message the person I want to message. Ugh, oh well.
Oh dear.
Oh, it's nothing bad. It's just sometimes they're pedantic, and they're one of those people who like to be argumentative for the sake of being argumentative and contrarian. But he's also like really cool in finding really neat, obscure tabletop systems, and I'm 90% sure this is one he showed me, so I have to go talk to him.
Gotcha. It just you could be trapped in gapping.
Conversation.
Yeah.
That probably wouldn't be. Roz is normally chill, but it really depends on the night.
We realize we're streaming and recording, right?
Yeah, you do
I'm
realize
talking
that.
I do. No one knows them. You don't know them.
That
These people don't know where I live.
It's more for the benefit of the person because I don't know who they are.
I said there. I am. How many streamers are there right now? There are 6 watching right now. Which is fair. That's it. There's 6 people watching right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of us and one other person.
Hard to guess who the one other person is.
Yeah.
It's Bob Denver.
They're a really good person, but they know this. They've admitted to being like this. They don't change it, but that's besides the point. They like to be argumentative for the sake of being argumentative. Which I feel like is a fair criticism of anybody, and if it's a self-admitted criticism, that's fine for me
Fair
to pass
game.
that on.
you know, I'm the opposite. I hate conflict.
Where
We are incredibly aware.
Hey,
No.
Okay, I shot the question over. It's a tabletop system I would like to do a one-shot with this crew with, because it would be funny as shit. I can't remember the name of it to save my life, but it's a TTRPG that has you play as toys in a post-apocalyptic scenario.
Oh, so I'm
Red bait. That's it.
so it's
Threadbare,
basically
sorry.
between 9.
Yes.
I was gonna say, this sounds vaguely familiar to 9.
Yeah, it's inspired by 9 and a couple of other things. I just have to figure out where.
Probably.
Toy Story, I believe, yeah. I just have to find the PDF of it. That's half fun. You gotta get through all this.
Oh, heck. Oh well. I'm in time for Deep Space Nine.
Hey.
There it is. It's powered by the Apocalypse system, so you guys already pretty much know how to play it.
Ollie, you may be happy to know that I have been catching Deep Space Nine on TV And even though I've basically started it in the middle of the series, I've enjoyed every episode that I have seen so far.
Good.
Oh, that's heartbreaking. Oh.
What?
You know those old Indian boarding schools that they had back in the early 1900s?
Yeah.
Well, recently in Canada, they recently found the remains of 220 kids. That
Oh,
were
no.
buried
Jesus.
there on-
Fucking Christ. They buried the children on the boarding school grounds.
Yes, Van Diesel and were killed by physical abuse, malnutrition, other,
Ugh.
including the R word.
We gotcha.
Ooh.
We understood the implication.
Do you
So,
think
yeah,
it's
this is a literal genocide.
Do you think it's at all possible that we could go back in time to somehow charge these people responsible?
Charge them, murder them. Just murder them.
Yeah,
Just start attacking them. No one reports crimes in that time period.
that's true.
Also,
No, I feel like what you would have to do, and this is fantasy time. We're just full blown in fantasy time. You kidnap them, bring them to the future to hold them accountable in trial for their crimes of what they're doing in future times. And then while they're in future prison, they get shanked. Okay, I'm done.
Also, if you're a cis white male, the courts will actually listen to what you say back then.
Yeah, like all the people who did the Tulsa massacre that killed like 200 people and destroyed an entire economic community. So the entire generations into poverty that are still in poverty this day because no one was arrested over that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I shared the picture of the book in the chat.
I see.
called-
There's a teddy bear riding a toy Tyrannosaurus. I'm already in.
Okay, so Threadbare is a Stitch Punk RPG, right?
I warn you, I've had this character in my head for ages, but never had a place to play it. Called the Thread Baron.
Okay.
It's the little Stitch Punk who thinks he's king. So he self-titled himself the Baron, the Threadbare Baron, or the Thread Baron.
That's fair.
That's it. There's nothing else. There's the pun, and that's it.
Here's this asshole.
I also tagged VV because it's like a game for Edge.
Holy shit, Edge would fit in so well. Okay, so so there's technically 3 classes in
Oh yes, the angel.
in this system because this is a powered by the apocalypse system. So there's moves, there's the usual things, and I can go more into those in a little bit. I'm looking for
I forgot he's French.
How'd you forget that?
there.
Him just showing up and being a complete non sequitur of a character that made very little sense. And he was also somewhat an angel. I also remember him. I thought his line was "I'm God's gift to women," but I guess I misremembered.
Nope. God's gift to man.
But yeah, so there's 3 types of toys you can keep, quote unquote. Humans vanished long ago, nobody remembers them really, they live in the ruins. But the 3 types of characters are mecha. They're made of hardened materials such as plastic, metal, or rubber, or sometimes even paper mache. Toy trucks, fashion dolls, action figures, those all fall in the mecha category. There's softies, which are made of fabric, thread, and soft stuffing. Teddy bears, rag dolls, and plushies fall into that one. And then there's my favorite. It's the socks. Socks are the Lost Gem socks, stalking the stray nylons of the world. They sometimes appear like an unfilled softie, but might also appear to have an illusionary hand inside of them, moving them about and forming a mouth for them.
Fuck.
Suck.
Damn it.
So, step 2 is you select your ability scores. There's only 3 abilities for players. There's Scrounge, your ability to find and use materials such as yarn, cloth, metal, plastic, and glue to repair, upgrade, or craft stuff. Smiles, your friendliness and ability to influence others. And Strong Arm, your ability to push the world around. The really cool part about Threadbare is that it is designed for if you take hits, your parts break, so you start scavenging more parts to detach to yourself.
Okay.
Case in point why the Tyrannosaurus has a fork for an arm. And why they have the smashing things. There's a whole set of personality parts, unbreakable parts, avatar rules. So part of your stuff ties in with that. You have, and like in other Powered by the Apocalypse, you have ties to characters. Depending on how long the game runs. There's fluffy ties, scruffy ties, and dented ties. Fluffy ties are like, Blank and I used to be really close friends. I learned about a cool machine from Blank. I hope someday to build it. I admire Blank's Blank. I love to play with Blank. They're such a good sport. These are scruffy ties. I owe Blank a huge debt. Blank has never really shown me much respect. Blank doesn't understand the world. It's my responsibility to teach them. I will never forget what Blank did for me. And then there's dented ties. I'm envious of Blank because they have Blank. I wish Blank cared about me. I owe Blank a debt alright. They aren't going to like how I repay it. I told Blank an important secret. I wonder if I can trust them.
Okay.
Interesting.
So it's sentient toys in a world without people.
Fucking like your asshole.
Yes. So it's really fun because so each little section has different abilities and things that deals with how they are and how they work. They all have like unique moves. So a mecha's friendship move has a couple of options. One of them is bunch of little guys. You are a swarm of tiny plastic toys. You're a crack team of green army men, more fun than a barrel of monkeys or an entire farm's worth of barnyard animals.
You'd be a living swarm. That's fun.
Yep. When you roll a 6- as one of your guys becomes separated, damage one part and gain +1 hold, which you can spend to ask the GM a question when you're seeking information about the world around you. They must answer you honestly. You can have up to 12 starting parts because you're just tiny little animals. Doll Face, their friendship ability is when you roll a 6-, you lose or sacrifice one of your accessories to the cause. Damage one part and gain +1 hold, which you can spend to trigger a jury break move, even if you don't have any stuff. You may have up to 7 starting parts. Then your form has a couple of options for the mechas, the plastics. That's batteries not included, which are for battery light-up figures. No string attached for marionette puppets. Vroom! You go fast. You're a wheeled vehicle built for speed.
You go fast.
It is literally the descriptor. I'm just reading the descriptors on some of these.
No, it's
Robots.
delightful.
Robots, change form and drive fast.
No. That's for like the toy cars. More than meets the eye is the
Oh my
Transformer.
god!
Are you a truck? Are you a human-looking scientist? Maybe you're both. And then you have rock solid, which is for
Just
your
a solid plastic chunk.
You're a solid friend with no moving parts at all. You might be a solid plastic dinosaur, a pet rock, or even a logo Totoki from a long past trade show.
Rock fucking just. It's the final battle. Everything looks grim. Everyone's down to their last sliver. But who comes to help? The Rock.
Okay.
It's that with the
I'm gonna
rubber-
give you my name. My name is Dwayne.
Oh, somebody needs to fucking do that now.
It's not even my name is Dwayne. It goes, my name is The.
The?
I hate
The
you.
what? The. My name's The.
The Rock?
No, just The.
No, that would be someone's reaction. You're the Rock?
Okay.
I have
So you're the
Hey.
Rock.
I have a thing to suggest. What if instead of Rock, it was a statue of Dwayne the Rock Johnson?
A little statue that came to life.
Okay, guys.
God.
You don't. There are so many Dwayne the Rock Johnson action figures. You could just be Dwayne the Rock Johnson.
Honestly, we could be an entire wrestling ring of minifigs.
One D&D game I want to do. Have you guys ever seen German Rumble?
Yeah. Yeah.
That, but it's basically that, but everyone has one character, and it's just a free-for-all, and the moment one character gets knocked out, you come in with a new character.
Oh my fucking god.
Okay, that's not fucking fair. I'm in an E-Fed. I've been writing as wrestlers and promos for over 3 years, K.
We could
Bro.
just have all our characters get in and then get knocked out. Like, who comes to them?
It's Beefy Dan!
If we do that, I'm just gonna fucking link it in the OSW channel and be like, look lads, I'm sticking up for us. But, can we talk about the socks real quick? Okay,
Yes.
so they have a sock move which is paired up. When you help someone, you can treat a 7-9 partial success as a 10+. If the target is another sock, they get to roll 3d6 and pick the highest 2 dice for that. Socks are the support class, pretty much. They have one friendship move. When you ask help from someone else for something, you can't do it by yourself. If they help you, they feel better about themselves. They may repair a part, and you also may create a tie with them. And that's because the best part about the socks is your form, right? So you can be an athletic sock, a Christmas stocking, a wool sock, a sock puppet, finger puppet, or tights.
Oh dear.
I have them
Fishnets!
in underwear.
Can you be a pair of fishnets?
Yes, but I need to show you the socks.
Oh, wow.
Like, there is some fun creativity put into the system. I love it.
I love just how grumpy some of them are.
I mean, they're toys in a post-human society.
How would you like being living with foot stank for your entire life?
Okay, and then there's the softies, which are the plush animals. The softie move is bossy. When you're trying to convince someone that your way is best, you can roll smile. And that has some effects. The softie friendship move is once per session when you put someone else's needs before your own. They tell you how they are weak, afraid, or vulnerable. You can tell them a secret of your own. You may also create a tie with them. You have several different forms, right? So the first one is Bragdoll. Stitches can be witches. You're the enigmatic, always smiling secret keeper. So you're literally like the stitched together, I hold the secrets of the world boss because I have no mouth. And then the built like a bear. You're an artesian craft heirloom stuffed animal. Yeah, you might have a few scuffs and surgical scars, but you're custom made and built to last. You have a lifetime guarantee.
Club.
And I want, if I ever got the chance to play, I would 10 out of 10 be the ragdoll, because that's just a fun concept. The next two, Carnival Prize. You're awesome. You're big and weird. Your seams are hot glued together. You've got pellets for stuffing. You might not even look like a real creature.
Big Chongus.
He could be a carnival prize of Big Chunkus.
Then there's Unhand Me. Don't let the soft fur and big eyes fool anyone. You're one smart cookie-eating monster.
Yeah.
So if you wanted to be a big Muppet, you could be a big Muppet. Or if you wanted to be a finger Muppet, you could be a finger Muppet. And then there's the last two. This next one is a bit weird and a bit painful. So for those who form emotional bonds with their toys, I apologize.
Oh dear.
So the next one is called I'm Real. Whether you remember or not, and many choose to forget, you were deeply, unfathomably loved once upon a time. You were so beloved, you awoke before the humans were gone. Your fur is worn bare. You have been restitched by a mother's hand, and you've been absorbed as child's tear and laughter in great measure. You're a negative effect for when you pick the race, because when you pick the race, you get a negative effect that is tailor-made for you. Yours is depression. When you roll a failure, which is 6-, you remember something from the long ago past that makes you sad. Damage one part and gain +1 hold, which you can use to apply real-world logic or science to solve a problem. And then there's soft sculpture. You are a work of art. Felted or stitched together, you might be too abstract for others to appreciate, but you know you're a valuable piece of culture. Then you can figure out the value of things. But I want you to understand, like, that description's bad enough, but you look at this sad little giraffe and realize this book was published just around the time that Toys R Us was going out of business.
Oh, no. Oh,
It's a system, and I really want to run it, but I'm afraid it's gonna get too sad.
yeah.
It has the potential to get some sad shit going on. But it also has the potential to be the rest of our fucking campaigns. Where we just get into shenanigans.
Oh no, this would fit in perfectly with our campaigns because we're toys going crazy. It's fine. But it is a system I would really like to run at some point.
Also, what did you do to make the kid mad?
The what?
What did you do that caused the kid to have anger bubble over his head?
I took the key. Like, he wanted to go into the ruins to get his dog back. But I took the key.
Yeah. So a giant fish swallowed the key, and he wanted the key back so he could go find his dog.
But we don't want him to go. We don't want him to go into dangerous ruins by himself because, you know.
Kid.
Child.
The last time somebody went into dangerous ruins and messed with something, a roach broke out.
Exactly.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah. Also, that kid's not Perry.
What the fuck?
I think Kay is watching something.
I'm watching Zero Rumble.
Yeah,
Watching what?
he went into Germa time.
Oh, okay.
But yes, at some point I would like to run Threadbare.
I want you to know, Gray, there is a book series called Threadbare.
There's also a movie. There's also a movie about killer dolls.
It's about a little teddy bear that becomes self-aware and is loved by a small child. And then the bad guy attacks and takes away the small child. And then the little teddy bear basically dusts himself off and goes, well, I gotta go get my child now. And it takes it literal years to make it that way because it's a fucking teddy bear. And by the time he finds the little child again, they're an adult.
Oh.
And somewhat brainwashed by evil dude. So it becomes, well, I found my child. Now I gotta rescue them from themselves. What's the bear to do? It just starts... At a certain tipping point, the bear amasses enough power that it just starts plowing through everything in its fucking way. Like, this is a teddy bear, right? Yeah, it's a teddy bear. And his name is just Threadbare.
Also,
Threadbare the teddy bear.
So anyone remember the Velveteen Rabbit?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
I remember the Velveteen Rabbit exists, but I don't remember anything beyond that.
A
It's
story made
sad.
back. Yeah. Fucking toys in the Inferno sad.
Speaking of things that were sad, I gotta thank Will if he gets on tonight for showing The Wall last night. He streamed it off of YouTube. I'm really glad that I finally had a chance to really watch
Is
it.
this implying all the taxidermied animals come to life?
Ooh, interesting.
Gray?
Oh, you mean? Oh,
Everything in the
What?
wetlands, like otters bolted in place? What?
Oh yeah, so the setting of it is fluid. So the Awakened Naturals, are an interesting thing. So the implication is that at some point the swamps became empty and all of the animals were put into a museum, stuffed. But the animals woke up because they were stuffed.
So all the anything taxidermied now is live.
Anything taxidermied is now alive.
Oh god.
Oh no.
Wait, since dinosaur skeletons are just cast,
Oh, are dinosaurs back?
The system doesn't touch a museum per se.
Probably intentionally.
There's way too many inanimate objects that could come to life.
Yeah.
Also, for the wetlands, it specifically says, "Hey, by the way, these aren't just these are brand new creatures in these bodies. No, it's the dead animals back in their own bodies, gaining sentience."
so wait, I lived a natural life and then you were shot and stuff. Now
That-
I'm alive and I have.
They're the Awakened Naturals. So they're theoretically immortal. But the wetlands are one of the faraway lands. It looks like it was a nature center.
Oh man, like imagine an extinct species like the fucking mana sculptures and fucking liberated tar pits.
Oh yeah, no. See, if people were actually interested in me running this, I would have some fun implications of that kind of stuff.
Well, but
That
it's also
one-
good it was running in packs again.
But one of the implications in the Threadbare book with with the wetlands being a more quote-unquote grounded one, there's the deep blue, which is like the ocean or a lagoon, but it's also the further out that you get from the city where Threadbare takes place in its setting, the more magical and things don't seem to make more direct sense. Like, you can tell, like, oh hey, the nature center creatures broke out from being taxidermied and ran into the swamp. So now they're on top of the regular alligators, there's also some that know how to talk. One of the places that's a good place to go to in an abandoned farm is the Tin Barn, which is home to which was an old hoarder's stuff. And it's just got seas of things, and somehow, somewhere in there, some of the things in there woke up. And then there's fucking Candyland. And it's just Candyland. But it's interesting. And it's designed for both one-shots and
Longer campaigns.
and longer campaigns. And it gives a couple of ideas for some stuff. So I'm looking at it. I really want to run this.
I'm interested, so.
Oh, you want to know what's one of the most terrifying things in this book? Doll's Head Dice Bag Tutorial. It gives you instructions on how to get a doll head and turn it into a setting appropriate character. And then it also gives you the tools on how to make a mecha, like a player race, from a variety of household and forgotten toys you may just have casually lying around.
Like a spoon? Or a sport, perhaps?
In particular, the tools that they had here was a utility knife, the author's personal hacksaw, they used a rotary saw, part of it, and they dismantled a checking digger. There's a digger pillar, which is a kid's digging toy. Took a snail toy of the same brand, and there's oh, and one of the pictures in there, one of the characters is a Princess Rashta, which they made a physical model of, which they took a little spider robot toy, cut off the legs of cut everything off of the baby doll except for the arms and the torso, stuck it on top of the spider toy, then in the place of the head of the doll from like a Barbie set, messed with the hair and turned it into this frankly, like the illustration was pretty and fun, and this is going to haunt my nightmares. But it's not going in the punishment room. You all will suffer with me.
Yeah.
I will see in a moment.
Yeah, it was disconcerting.
Whoa, God.
There's several potential concepts I can do with this. Like, I can play a whole party of custom D&D 5e minifigs as a swarm.
You could do that. Somebody's forgotten Hero Forge miniatures.
Some guy's personal fucking...
No. Okay. Somebody's forgotten Warhammer minifig army.
There was an Evangelion fanfic about that. It was called Shinji and Warhammer 40k, where Shinji found, in the post-apocalypse of Evangelion, found 4 minifigs, which was a Orc, a Chaos Marine, a Space Marine, and Eldar. And the source book inspired him how to be a better person. And in his head, he had each of the 4 arguing in his head at all times. And he inspired a whole cult of young kids and young people to be a orc. And they had their own little secret language going across schools of all Japan. And they're all talking in Cockney accent.
Yeah, I gotta say, your standard Japanese teacher's not gonna understand Cockney.
The funny thing about that, wait, were they speaking English with Cockney accents? Or Japanese with Cockney accents? I ask because apparently there's an interview with the gorillas, and they're interviewing like someone in Japan, and Noodle is translating for 2D, and according to the comments section, Noodle speaks Japanese with a British accent.
Huh.
And I'm like, that makes sense, but I don't understand in my head how that happens. You know?
I was thinking of like maybe some otaku's forgotten anime custom waifu doll.
I see your Digimon Cyber Sleuth reference there.
I wasn't even I was like, and she and the characters having a characterization, you see with her picture model everywhere. But since she's a custom model, everything's different, and she's like, I don't know what I am anymore.
So you're doing the Buzz Lightyear.
Yeah, but since it's a custom model, there's something different and defective, so...
As opposed to, I'm just worn out.
Or the Buzz Lightyear, I'm just one of dozens.
Oh, there is a whole bunch of fun and interesting implications you can do with it. Because for the most part, a lot of people, a lot of the toys choose to either not remember where they're from, or just straight up don't remember where they're from before.
Or like I got like a Godzilla figure who sees the movies and thinks they're real and trying to find the real him, or the one I'm based off. And it's basically trying to find God.
A little miniature playset he can terrorize.
Everything's so big. I should be the one big. I shouldn't be so small.
Go Godzilla.
These videos, these have to be real. And it doesn't realize there's a guy in a rubber suit.
It's the historical documents problem from Galaxy Quest.
Or Undyne.
If you want to be modern,
Oh, being all hip and chic with your Undyne reference. Showing just how old I am with my Galaxy Quest reference.
Galaxy Quest did it better.
You whippersnappers and you newfangled references.
With your internet.
I see your dog got booped.
I got booped.
Right in the snoot.
Yep. The tree booped.
Oh god, or if you're a custom figure of somebody who's OC.
Ooh.
And suddenly, since the internet no longer exists, there's no evidence of you existing anymore.
I have
And,
no idea.
Models of other toys everywhere, but you can't find anything about yourself.
It reminds me of, I don't remember what it's called. There's an anime that I was, I think it was like RE Creators, wasn't it?
Yeah. Recreators. I think it was by Black Lagoon's author.
Yeah. They played with that kind of, where like media characters were coming to life and out of their various media.
Uh-huh.
When a character that no one could recognize came out of their media, whatever it was, and basically just wrecking everyone's shit with power no one else could match or understand. Come to find out, it's somebody's fucking OC that took off in a meme way, so her powers were basically, oh, the memes say I can do this, therefore I am.
So she's Chuck Norris.
Pretty much. Like, so that's what
letting look at my OCs.
Like, but yeah, it's Early Creators is a really fun series if you ever want just a very self-aware and interesting romp. Most of it is not action, it's mostly just the creations coming to the terms of these are my creators, these are what made me and my world. How do I come to terms with that?
And then there was like one character whose creator died.
Yeah. Like, his world was just literally just stopped. And there was one guy who's I think it was a noir detective from a Japanese inspired, like a Japanese noir detective story, and it's just the entire world and life was suffering. So he basically went to his creator and was like, "Why? Why would you do this to me and everyone I love?"
There you go, sweetheart. Climbing up the wall.
Who's a turnip?
Yeah, these fucking floral tigers, they're assholes.
And wait, wasn't like the revelation that you were made so others can be happy through your struggles?
Basically, yeah. It's we went like there's one character from like a battle manga, and of course, you know, in battle manga, characters tend to die off to make the conflict mean something. You know, that was like, why did you let my best friend die? Blah 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 blah. It's like you suffer and struggle, so other people who suffered and struggle can understand they can get through it, or something like that. It was like, yeah, it's a really interesting way to frame a message. Yeah, I'm sort of going, does this happen in K's head every day? Except for they take the aid hostage now and again.
Oh, thank God. Okay, good. It's
Some
on.
characters like, listen, you can die, be in obscurity in my head and not be anything, or you can be in something, but have it, but be the fate.
What are we talking about?
I presented an interesting system that I would like to run one day, and some people got really excited about it.
We were tangenting.
Talking about recreators and characters from media coming to life and coming to terms with.
Recreators is a really fun and good anime if you ever got some time for it. It is basically about media characters coming to life into real world.
What is?
It's an anime called The Recreators.
It was on my dash again, thank God, because I almost forgot to link it earlier.
Oh no, we're on the stream. That means people can hear my horrible voice.
You record stuff all the time. Your voice is fine.
Someone.
Your lament echo, though, is slightly funny.
Mm-hmm.
Not gonna lie.
Someone drew Lady D in the Rocco's Modern Lifestyle just to reference that one "oh baby, oh baby, oh baby" scene.
It doesn't
Yep.
surprise me.
God, that's done well.
Just hearing the echo.
No.
Did that one just crush the other one?
No, the other one. She killed the other one brutally without hesitation.
So what's happening? The dog has jumped over the pond.
Yes, Amaterasu, goddess of the sun and mother to us all.
Of making things grow.
Praise the sun.
By killing evil things.
Well, they were killing nature. Shouldn't have been killing nature.
I mean, isn't
Yeah,
that
you-
basically gardening?
Yeah, she's killing Jeff Bezos.
Nah, he won't be alive for another couple centuries.
I hope he's not alive for another couple centuries. I don't want my evil billionaires to also be immortal.
Right?
I'll have to talk to Walt Disney about that.
Well, Walt's dead. I ate his brain ages ago.
Yeah, as far as like evil, like corporate shill guys who would do that sort of nonsense to still be around, it would probably be Jeff Bezos at this point. As far as like evil, like
Yeah, that's fair.
I can hear you on the stream.
Yeah.
if I knew what Jeff Bezos sounded like, I would do an impression of Jeff Bezos being like, I'm not rich enough yet.
Can you imitate the sound of white bread?
Jesus, I don't think it's possible.
Well, that's what you need to do to imitate that man.
Ooh, I can imitate the sound of white bread. I get picked up by busty blonde woman on sale.
Oh.
Yes, Shady. That is exactly what I hear every time I buy bread.
I'm talking white bread specifically.
I buy white bread.
He's talking specifically white Wonder Bread.
That's what I buy.
I didn't know you were the model for the white bread images.
Please, no. Don't say that.
I mean, Lydia is all blonde and busty.
This is true.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, God.
I'm sorry, Lydia.
Yeah.
Oh boy, look who it is.
I wish grass would sprout every time I fell over.
It did for me once, but that was what they called a concussion. At least that's what the doctor told me.
Okay, so the blockheads are probably the worst thing in this game, and I hate them. They're not too bad now, but oh god, do they get dickish later on.
You dum-dum. You bring me gum-gum.
Basically, you headbutt them, and you can see their weak points.
One of these assholes has 8.
And there's, yeah, and the higher tier they get, the faster those dots appear and disappear.
Ew.
Yep.
Oh.
I literally, like, on my first run of this game, I got stonewalled at the Fox Tower because I couldn't pass that one fucking blockhead. I got past him eventually, but my first run was not fun.
Are you only able to see it once?
Yeah, you can headbutt him over and over again, but like, you only get the one flash.
Ah, I see.
Sea of TT is going to be on BC, but I'm already crashing kind of hard, so I'm going to pop off for the night.
Okay. Good night, Gray.
Good night, Gray.
Night.
Good night.
I hope TT comes on tomorrow, at the very least.
Copy image.
Just so Pixelmons can start with him.
I mean, he does have a 3-day weekend.
He is. He is.
So we don't need Neuron to do the thing.
This is true.
We just needed to restart. Well, we don't need to restart it. Just in case it fucked up, we need to restart, and that's it.
There's a lot now.
Pixelmon server.
Yeah, well, I can do that.
Yes, you are Hom. I love the thing. Okay, one of my favorite animations, however, are the keys freaking the fuck out and the lock.
Aw, it's so sad.
Shouldn't have been a dickhole.
Should just let me in.
Mock you. They mock you, and they're just the biggest shits about it.
Should just let me in the goddamn door.
You know a game I would love to stream, but first I would have to get.
Oh,
Okay.
damn it.
Lydia, what game?
Medieval.
That's a good one.
Didn't we get a remake not long ago?
Yeah.
Spicy. Cut the end. Harvest dust.
Oh. It's speaking of harvesting imps. I gotta say, the Neebs gaming crew does an amazing job of essentially advertising the games.
Yes, they do.
Like, I had no interest in Valheim, but them playing it has made me think, like, that looks kind of fun.
Have you seen the new episode of their Rust series?
Oh yeah, I saw the first episode of their Rust series. Oh my god. I for a brief moment I thought, what? Are they playing like with other people?
No.
They normally don't do that. No, apparently there are NPCs in that game.
And their crew are just being assholes to each other.
Which is admittedly a really fun framing device.
That's something you never want to hear. Apparently, there are NPCs in that game.
Yeah, apparently, at the very least, just from what I've seen, they're fairly basic. Like, they have very rudimentary AI. They will hang out at a location with some sort of weapon and just basically patrol it. Which I'm for, honestly. I kind of like when survival games have like non-player humanoid NPCs, just because. Sorry, you go first.
It solves the biggest problem with survival games like that is you feel alone if you don't have people playing with you.
Yeah, it makes the environments not feel as overwhelmingly barren and alone, which is a big problem that I had, and it's with Ark Survival Evolved. It's like, conceptually I like it, but it feels so lonely, and it's why I enjoyed Conan Exiles just so much more. It's like, yeah, I'm technically alone, but I can go to a place and there's other, like, people. It creates the illusion that other people are doing things.
People / potential recruits that may be grabbed forcefully.
Hey, I just spawned in NPCs, and I logicked it as I'm making a nice, well-fortified place to live, so they just voluntarily came over.
Well, that's completely fair. They definitely want to move over. You just gotta knock them out and drag them to the housing department.
I understand why it's there for balance reasons. It doesn't necessarily mean I advocate for it. I anti-advocate for it.
No,
Which
it is just a game.
Oh yeah. Which admittedly, like, would be I completely understand why roleplay servers in that game will probably be super fun. Because you could literally have, like, people who are, like, actively fighting against slavery in the Conan the Barbarian setting.
And there's just everyone else in Conan just going, why?
Yeah, but that's why I say roleplay servers.
Okay. It's just funny because almost no one in Conan is against slavery.
Fighting against slavery in Conan is easy mode. You want a real challenge, fight against slavery and gore.
Oh,
Ooh, Lydia, hot take.
Lydia, are you referring to like the Planet of Gore, like that off-brand like series that was made fun of by the MST3K crew here and there?
Yes, Planet of Gore and the everything else of Gore.
Ah, okay, so not Al Gore. Gotcha.
It's a high fantasy novel series about
It's basically Conan the Barbarian, but women. It's basically hardcore BDSM. All women are slave girls.
it's S&M fantasy.
Yeah.
So it's what people think Conan is. Ah, yes, the lovely Poison River.
Coming from the vomit statues, yeah.
Of course.
Delicious.
Goddamn names. They wreck property values.
Yeah. They do make decent assassins, though. Would highly recommend the M Company. I do not remember their slogan at all.
Oh. Slice. And poison we got. Return to nature.
Don't say that thing. Don't say that phrase that way ever again.
Return to nature, Scabba.
Return to nature.
Oh, I hate it. I don't know why, but I hate it. You're not even saying anything bad, it's just the way you're saying it.
Return to nature.
Return the slab.
Oh,
Suffer
suffer
my
like
goodness.
Oh, yes.
In hindsight, I probably shouldn't have put the torches on the same level as the grass.
That's 2020.
Yeah. Yay, it's no longer caustic hell.
And I have once again set the grass on fire. Oh, that wildfire sure is spreading.
Well, somebody else's problem now.
Is this a Minecraft?
Okay, third time's the charm. Let's elevate the torches again.
Shouldn't be. Minecraft torches don't cause fires.
I'm not using torches, I'm making torches with netherrack.
Ah. That explains it. You know they have bonfires in the game now?
Huh.
You can even cook on them.
Oh no.
Hey,
Hello.
TT.
Oh well, before I forget, thank you for showing the wall last night.
Wow.
Codine's hitting hard.
Yeah, the curtains.
Why will need codeine today?
I don't know, I'm not sure what coding is. I'm assuming it's some sort of drug.
It's a thing they use to heavily knock out and pain nullify most pets. It's also rather powerful,
Horse tranquilizers.
basically.
I am someone's pet.
You wish you were.
Hey-oh!
Uh,
Castlevania.
so Will, are you ready to enjoy a 3-day weekend?
Yep,
Oh boy, so am I.
Monkey.
I actually get one. It's great.
Yeah.
Oh god. The god of the simulate.
Nah, these guys are fine. These guys are good monkeys.
The most delicious of all monkeys. So, okay, are you back from San Francisco?
Yeah.
How's it feel?
I mean, spike of depression earlier, but otherwise.
Aww.
I came home and people cleaned my room, and a lot of my stuff got moved around and fucked with, and some things have missing eyes and pieces.
What the fuck?
Yeah, the hell?
Namely, the Kaisros eyes that fell out got vacuumed up.
Okay. Well, I can fix that somehow. I can mail you new eyes.
And my grandma said if it was they still go to the powder store and go get some more. But I knew they were going to be cleaning it, but still.
Mm-hmm.
Because it was a dusty mess with cat hair everywhere. And, but still.
But there was good intention there, I guess.
Yes, it wasn't a malicious.
And now we spider dog.
By the way, Kay,
Katie.
now that you're back home, how's Ari been acting towards you?
He wanted nothing to do with me at first because he's like, I'm angry at you. But now he's sleeping on my bed.
Sounds about right. That's cats for you.
I'm Angie.
No talk me Angie.
You were gone, no. You abandoned me.
You know, on the plus side, you no longer have to worry about being attacked by a giant six-tentacled squid. Or do you?
Yeah, I was really worried about that while you were
Yes,
gone.
Mom? Yes, Mom, what is it? I'm busy.
4 different times, so...
I'm going to tell you something about Bitcoin.
What?
It's at its lowest value
Hi,
in like,
Blake
I don't know, 4
Mom.
years or more.
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
I've heard about that. Yeah.
Talking about
I'm
Bitcoin.
with this one.
Yeah, because I've been telling my mom about Bitcoin stuff, so informing her of just how disastrous it is for the environment. So whenever bad things happen, she likes to tell me about it. Yeah,
What you just say about it. So I'm really glad
yeah.
it's that kind of currency had dropped like out of like.
Ah. But I came home, my tooth is intact.
That's good. Ah, yes. Now we must bondage the rock.
Hmm?
Wait, why are we binding the rock?
Because it likes it.
'Cause it has
Oh.
hooks.
Yeah. That's it. I'm kink shaming.
Hey, what Dwayne The Rock Johnson does on his time is his business. And how we help him is our business.
They
And
do
it's a
question
lucrative
whether
business because he pays
whether
big
there's-
money to be bound.
I do question why there's giant hooks sticking out of him, though.
Why wouldn't there be?
Hey, what he wants in his ass is his business. And how easily I get it for him is my business. And business is a boom.
I know you're not watching the stream, TT, but Scath legitimately did just jump down the hole she opened, so just calling that his ass.
Forcefully opened, but with hooks. Yes, that's what I did.
Oof. That is an image.
God, the dance just gets worse and worse every visit.
What dentist are you going to?
Steve Martin.
Gotta brush the teeth. Gotta brush the
I'll be
teeth.
your dad.
Be a success, so be a dad. confess. Be a dentist.
Or
You'll
else
see
I'll
us.
have to tear off your vest.
Just imagine a dildo spinning like a drill now.
They have those.
They have those, Shady. You'll never guess what they're called.
Ah,
Dildo?
yes. The hamburger dough. Of course. Genius. Put it on a shirt.
They're called the Drildo.
Yeah, I know.
Awesome.
But hammer dough, it's funnier.
I think Shady's was funnier, yeah.
Also, I gotta say, it's the same deal. Been catching some Voyager episodes.
Hmm?
Oh man, Voyager is such a mixed bag.
Yeah. I love it though.
Yeah, no, like as far as like compared to modern Star Trek, I enjoy it much more. Because there's fun episodes, like the one I caught last night. There was a Janeway impersonator. And I thought that was just the most hilarious thing.
And I really think there's some great characters.
Hello, dog ass.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Damn.
So is Neelix as bad as SF Debris makes him sound?
I liked Neelix.
I'm enjoying all of the characters so far. Neelix is perfectly fine and enjoyable for me.
Neelix
If
is
if
fine.
people hate him, if people hate Neelix, it's because that I'm guessing I've heard some people talk about like how in the wake of Jar Jar Binks, everyone hated like the funny character trope. Like, regardless of if they deserved it, and I wouldn't be surprised to learn if Neelix was a casualty.
I like that Neelix is just a fucking guy. He is essentially just a fucking civilian who gets in on a Star Trek by circumstance. And I think that's a really interesting thing to explore in that franchise. Someone who isn't a great captain or explorer, just a person who gets caught up in all of this.
Yeah.
And I really love the characters in Voyager, even if the writing is somewhat like the spottiest of the 90s Treks.
Giant.
Of course, it really sinks when you get to fucking 7-9.
Giant.
They
Giant one.
How you doing, Orochi?
Nope. Wake up.
Oh.
Giant plant spider woman.
I always wonder what Amaterasu says here.
Probably I'm not impressed.
Because she gets really offended.
She's trying to act all big and bad and tough, but like, this is you're trying to act out to Amaterasu. She's not going to care. Hello.
Hello.
It's the Aki boy. Hi.
Oh, for hours!
I haven't seen you on voice chat for hours. I'm thinking I have to check this out.
It's been on for at least the last hour. 10? Yeah, he's been on for 2 hours.
I got home at like 4, but I didn't get on voice chat until... Because I have people who live in my house with me.
I hate the reverse hands. I hate it.
I was going to beat Kay if he got home before, if I got home before him. At least in voice chat. I was gonna welcome him home with a perfect K-Mace. I'm
Yeah.
Welcome home, Casey.
Welcome home, Casey. Also, Kay, if you full screen and print screen, like to the final bit of that thing, get some really awesome backgrounds.
This is such a strange boss. It's ogre spider lady
Oh,
with a flower on her butt that has eyes.
yep.
Your flowers not have eyes?
No, they're kind of
Would it be-
blind.
Would it be copyright infringement if I took that line and used it for Wander?
Yeah.
Which line?
Welcome home, CCS.
No.
I mean, I've done.
No.
I included. I've come to make an announcement in Adam Volume 2, so
What?
It shouldn't be, Kay, because it's fairly, like, I'm not saying it's generic, but, like, it's just kind of like a statement.
okay. You know, I imagine the Terror being the one to do that. Terror's like, I've got to make an announcement.
well, none of my kaiju talk, so
I know, but
Isn't it Rick Rockwell who does it?
yes.
yeah, but I can imagine it would be Terror if he was because he's the one who was the Tyrant. So it's like, yeah.
Be Ahul is the petty bastard who would do it.
Yeah, okay, you know what? Terror has the reason, Ahul has the petty.
And the potty mouth.
I don't know. I've never really heard Ahul call Terror a lot, even though he's actually one of the
Attitude sounds like a potty mouth.
Yes, please, Mom, and just leave me alone. My parents are having one of those sort of weekend nights where it's just like, hey, let's just get drunk and high all night, and it just really depresses the hell out of me. And
I don't want to pry, but at the same time, is it marijuana or is it worse?
no, it's just weed.
Okay, so no, it's the one that nobody cares about. Okay, got it.
Yeah, no,
Weed, it's just weed combined with alcohol or anything else can cause odd effects.
it's always too much every time, and it's like, I shouldn't say this on stream because it's technically private, but it just depresses the fuck out of me because this happens all the goddamn time.
Okay. Real care. Will you promise not to tell the cops? We solid. Just like the only other person listening in.
I mean, you can still bitch slap at least one of them.
I would rather not. I've been down that road before. It just doesn't work. I just don't want it to be a case again where, you know, Mom overdoes it way too much, gets way too hungover, is like to the point where she gets so sick that she feels like she's gonna die, and then it's like, Blake, never let me do that again. And then I'm like, okay, Mom. And then we're just in the same place like fucking 2 weeks later. It's like I said, it just gets really, really depressing.
Oh, a lot of us are on voice chat. We're playing tonight.
No.
No,
Exist.
You're just kind of watching Scatha stream.
Fuck around, find out.
Because, I feel cheeky.
Good.
And I kind of want to see if I can find Caveman on Amazon Prime.
That's a shame.
What, you don't like Caveman?
'Cause then, I mean, I guess I don't hate it.
Actually, have you seen it? I think if anyone here has seen it, probably.
I have, actually, yes.
I meant TT, because I didn't see it.
I think I have, but
Yep, it is on Amazon Prime.
You found the dog sleeping in the worst place possible.
It's on HBO Max, included with HBO Max on Amazon for $14.99 a month. It leaves HBO Max in 4 days.
Is not one.
And there's no other option to rent it, as far as I can tell. Let me check. Nope, there doesn't seem to be any other option to rent it.
Yeah, we've been going for 4 hours.
Damn.
Is Scaffa streaming?
Yes.
Okami
Yes.
Oh, where?
on YouTube. Chill
Ack, you
out.
just chill the fuck out, Ack. I'm sorry to yell, but Jesus H. Christ, man. Yeah, but you're doing that thing where you way overreact because you think you're being funny, but it's not. I'm sorry, just... No, Echo.
Yeah, because it's on the stream.
Mm-hmm.
And you just said that in Call Drama in front of everyone watching.
Great.
And we have returned the dog to the small child. And there was much rejoicing. But the dog was an idiot. Where does the dog want to sleep? In the Spider-Woman's ass, of course.
Hey, don't kink shame him.
Where else would he sleep?
I don't think it's a kink, but it's just a really poor choice of bedding.
Oh no. We're not in this dog's head.
I don't want to be in this dog's head.
Yeah, no kidding. He sleeps in spider ass.
Also, this kid's just wearing a full pelt of a rabbit on his head.
Yeah. He's a little weird.
Yeah.
That's alright, though.
Yay, dog is happy.
How much shit does this kid lose in the forest?
He lost
his dad's fishing pole, he lost his dog, and then he lost the key to get the dog out of the ruins.
Fix the bridge all by myself. You're like 6.
Yeah, but his dad told him to do it. And his dad is a full-grown 30-year-old man, and he didn't feel like it, so he told a 6-year-old to do it.
That's a fucking idiot.
And they got mad that the kid didn't do it. It's like, he's 6!
Fuck!
At least he's not Perry.
Yeah, Perry, piece of shit. Fucking Jeremy looking ass motherfucker.
Mm-hmm. Fucking.
It's gonna fucking haunt me for the rest of the goddamn my life.
Well, at least you'll always have forehead jelly.
Yeah, I will always have forehead jelly.
But a counterpoint, you also will always have cock Batman in your brain.
That's fine. He can't be in my cock because I don't have one.
Oh!
True.
The one weakness.
What is a clitoris with a small cock?
I mean, according to hyenas, that's true. But you can't hide doubloons in it.
Oh, it's just pieces of eight.
This is a strange conversation with that.
Yeah,
Not for us, no.
that's also
this
true.
is
Tired, I apologize.
Where's that dog? Where's Ami biting that kid?
Oh.
Not have a leg in her mouth.
Well, he's 6, nothing's dropped yet.
I'm sure everyone's aware of the origin story in Cruella, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking about it earlier today. It's unbelievable.
Jesus Christ.
I love how everyone's worst case scenario joke is the actual thing.
Mm-hmm. God. between that and the fucking CW Powerpuff Girls leaked script.
It's a bad day for the state of writing.
Life media has just become a parody of itself now, hasn't it?
It really has. It's impossible to parody anything anymore.
I wouldn't say that. It's just no one bothers to try because everything's too easy.
I guess that's fair. If you really put some work in, you could still probably come up with a really good parody of something.
I could see a Spaceballs tier parody of Lord of the Rings coming out.
Yeah.
Called Gallivant. But that's really more of a Game of Thrones parody.
Yeah, that's fair.
I need to sit down and watch that.
Yeah,
It is good. It's
I
very
need to write the Lord of the Rings between Logic and Enchantment articles so I can write the Princess Bride, so I can write Game of Thrones, so then I can write Gallivants. Because all four of those will build off of what they establish.
Into the Galaverse.
Like, Gallivant's good on its own, but in the context of the state of fantasy media when it came out, Gallivant is fucking sublime.
Oh. Dog love boy.
Yeah,
Like,
as soon as you write that, Lord of the Rings between Logic and Enchantment, I really want to read that.
I'm gonna send it to you before I publish it because I want you to double check my conclusions and shit.
Yeah. I had a lot to bitch about.
Gotta ask, did they ever explain why Sasano's riding the log?
No, he was doing training, and that's about it. It's the information you get.
Shenanigans happened. Okay. I'd ask Cal, but he is an epic level fuck up.
hey guys,
Yeah.
did you know Mortal Kombat is actually based on an old Scandinavian church song?
Oh, what is it?
Finish him.
Yep.
God
Damn it, TT.
effing damn it.
Yeah, I saw that post.
How dare you steal my thunder, TT?
I'm what's
We
called an
fight-
asshole.
We fight at dawn.
That's fair.
That or in Pixelmon, whichever.
Tea customer.
Sometime this weekend, this 3-day weekend, we will play the Pixelmon. Once I
Indeed.
figure out what the fuck has happened to CurseForge. Seriously, what the fuck has happened to CurseForge?
You just need to download the new version.
I did download a new version, and then it's like a fucking, it's like Vortex mods now, and I'm like, what the fuck?
What?
How do I load these?
Okay, I am confused.
I went to CurseForge, I downloaded the latest version, and when I opened it, it was like fucking Vortex mods, where it's its own goddamn thing, and it's like, Flux mods. I'm like, wait, what the fuck? Why don't I just put it in the app data folder in that really clunky process? Oh, that's why. But I'm not sure how the process works in this thing either, because I've got all these things downloaded. I'm like, well, how I put them in? How I put them in, new app? That's not what I used to.
Okay, something's going wrong somewhere, and I don't know what it is.
We'll be able to figure this out.
And we are not tired and loopy.
Yeah.
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 I'm gonna save, and then I'm gonna stop for the night, I think. I think that was a good...
Alright.
I think that was a good...
Yeah.
I'll use this excuse to pop off. Good night, all.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Wab Wab.
Too
Good night,
late,
John.
he's gone.
Oh.
Oh, so hello everyone.
Hello.
Hello, Nick.
Hello.
Gatha, Savion the Sin.
at all. Largely because I'm tired of this course.
That
We
is
don't
fair.
do discourse though.
The thing
What?
is,